So, Mr.
Pritchett? Yeah. Okay, great. Can you help Mr. He's got a tag sticking up in the back. If you guys can just help the tag go down. All better? Great. Just want you to look fashionable. Will he knock when he's ready, or you? I don't want you to rush him at all. I was just curious. Should we like give him a couple minutes, then you check again?
2 more minutes.
Great. No rush. Can you confirm they're good to go? That's what Ms. Nelson said, but okay. It's 13.
Oh, no.
They're good? Okay.
So, rest of the
I don't think you need to. It's up to you. I don't have a concern. If you do, go for it. No. Is it going to be a big production getting her out here? Should we just get her out here now?
she's first.
Is Ms. Riley the next witness? It would be easier for you if she's already out here. Okay.
Well, at least before we bring it.
Yeah. And that's fine. I don't have anything I need to cover with you all. I'm happy to talk a little. I've watched the Guns Up video again, but I want Mr. Hiles here for that discussion. And as I'm going to be played through this witness anyway, so we will address that. Is there anything? We don't have Mr. Pritchett here, so we're not on the record yet because Mr. Pritchett's not here. I just want to know if there are things we need to get on the record that need to happen with Ms. Riley not in here, because that's another process and we could start getting her to the witness stand. Anything from the state we need to get on the record that shouldn't happen with Ms. Riley in the room? All right, Ms. Mignot?
Possibly as it pertains to logistics
Okay,
of Detective Maldonado.
okay. Why don't you tell me now, and then we'll get it on the record when Mr. Pritchett is in here.
Okay, so I'm trying to coordinate him taking a look at the video so he can go ahead and initial the jump drive that we have prepared for him, but he has not contacted us back, although we subpoenaed him, and I had emailed Mr. Hiles last night. And I know he's got some things.
He's doing some other things this morning.
And so I forwarded the email to Ms. Green, and then I spoke with Ms. Green this morning, and Ms. Green has assured me that he will be available sometime throughout the day. So for logistical purposes, I wanted to get an idea from the court. If you can tell what time frame we would have that break, so I can have an opportunity to speak with him, so that I could coordinate with them to make sure that he's somewhere where I can actually.
Sure. Do you plan on calling Detective Maldonado before lunch?
No.
He needs to be here at lunch, and that's your break. So that's my direction, is that he needs to be here at lunch. So let's say noon. We may have lunch later than that. I don't have a hard and fast time when we need to do it, but he should be here by noon. He can be doing other stuff, but when it's the lunch break, then you can go into the backup jury room, or he can be right in here. You're certainly entitled to that, and the state committed to making that happen.
Today, okay.
Yes.
I don't believe he's being called today, but
I see. What I thought Mr. Hile said was that today would be Riley, Maldonado, not in that order, but Riley, Maldonado, and Kallish. That was today.
then I'll make that happen, Judge.
Well, don't if he's not testifying today.
Let me just make it happen, so.
That's easier. If he can be here at lunchtime, then we check that box. And if he doesn't get called today, Ms. Mignot's had that opportunity, and he gets to come to the courthouse twice.
I would do that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
I can probably make it easier. Your jump drive, it's got the interviews that he actually conducted, correct?
Yes.
So state will stipulate that whatever's on your jump drive is been authenticated. And if, we would, I guess the objection would be whether it was being properly introduced, but it won't be an objection as to authentication as to, what it purports to be, because Maldonado did the interviews.
Done.
Okay.
So it's in?
Stipulate.
Well, it's in, and we'll certainly make it part of the record. Whether you can play segments or not, what I heard Mr. Abate saying is what you and I were talking about yesterday, which is it ought to come in. And I thought Mr. Hiles would do what Mr. Abate just did. He's like, sure, it can come in. We all know what it is. So we don't object. No foundation required. It's in. Whether you can play certain segments, it's very contextual. If Ms. Riley says there were 4 people in the car, and in her interview, she says there were 4 people in the car, you're not impeaching her by playing, and you know that.
I
But
understand.
That's what Mr. Abate is.
I understand that, Judge.
Okay.
Impeachment is they have to say something inconsistent with what you know.
I know you understand it. It's just that the objection I'm hearing isn't to the entering into the record of either Riley or Kallish's interview. It would be contextually, as you say, saying, I want to play this part now, and they look at it and they may say, that part's not impeachment. That would be hearsay because it doesn't relate to anything she testified to. And we can have a discussion about it, but you don't need to worry about connecting with Maldonado because those interviews at a minimum will be made part of the record as whatever exhibits you want them to be if the state doesn't tender them. And then you'll use them in whatever way is legally permissible.
Awesome. Was my concern, Your Honor.
Okay, great. We'll get that on the record in just a second.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, let's get on the record now, please. It is Thursday morning, little after 9:20, and this is State versus Pritchett and Robinson, 20 SC 176922. We have 2 prosecutors here. They're ready to go. We have Mr. Robinson and his team, and then Mr. Pritchett, who I will refer to as the accused in front of the jurors, also present. Mr. Abate, my understanding is you'll be handling the direct examination of the next witness.
Correct, Judge.
Any reason we should not get her in court before the jurors? And that'll be Ms. Riley.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we get Ms. Riley in here, please? While you all are doing that, Ms. Mignot, we had a discussion off the record, although in the presence of your client, as well as Mr. Pritchett and the state, about how we're handling the lead detective's interviews with Ms. Riley and Ms. Kallish. And my understanding, I think it's yours as well, is that those can be made part of the record without you laying any foundation. As long as you show to the state, here's the thumb drive, and you have whatever, you don't need to do it right now, but whatever exhibits they are, you had mentioned a 5A, 5B, your exhibit numbers, but you, at the appropriate time that you want to make those part of the record, you may do that and you will not face an objection from the state about authenticity or foundation, which means you don't need to meet with Maldonado in advance to have him preview it to say, oh yeah, that's my recording. You got it from the state, and Mr. Abate off the record said, we know what it is. So it can go on the record. Whether any of it gets played for the jury is contextual, as you know well, and you'll navigate that during the course of your cross-examination of Ms. Riley and Ms. Kallish.
Yes,
Is that what you feel, that a fair summary of what we discussed off the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you want to add on that topic?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else you want to get on the record before we bring the jurors in?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Pritchett, good morning, sir. Anything you want to get on the record before we bring the jury in?
My only objections are just, again, I don't, I mean, well, let me just ask for the question of the court. In belief that I've had obtained, seen all the stuff.
No, I'm not of that belief, but I do need to correct. I don't know that I'm correcting something I said. I should make clear to you in case it wasn't clear. You are free to bring any lawyer you want into court to assist you as backup, if you can do that. And if you can get an attorney to come in here and say, you know what, I won't be backup, I'll be the lawyer. There's nothing prohibiting you from shifting gears as long as it doesn't require a continuance. So I didn't want you to have the misimpression that if your family had identified someone or you had identified someone and that person had said, I'm ready to come in, that I was preventing that from happening. That is not the case. Let me finish and then you're going to make your record. What I've done at your request was to release Ms. Williams, who had been appointed, according to you on multiple occasions, over your objection and forced on you. And then when we finally had a dialogue about something other than jurisdiction, you made clear on the record that you were knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily invoking your right to represent yourself. You have since told me on a couple of occasions it's not going so well in your mind, and maybe you could have standby counsel. And the answer is, of course you can. If that's someone you or your family line up, we'll get another chair. That person can assist you. You may decide you want that person to be lead counsel for Team Pritchett. That also is okay. But what isn't okay is if that lawyer says, hey, you know what? I need 2 days to get up to speed. That lawyer just would plop down next to you and the two of you would be off and running. What did you want to get on the record?
I appreciate that clarification. It was in my mind clear that you were not allowing me to stand by or any type of counsel, but like I said, I do appreciate the clarification. The only reason why I would have asked for 10 years, regardless, which I kind of have been implying, is because, again, I just never at this point received full discovery. The court it's clear that on the second day, I believe, of this trial, third day, that was the first time I received even the full witness list. So there was no type of preparation that was able to happen, beforehand. 20 of the witnesses that are on that list. And so again, that's my objection at the fact that I was lack of preparation because of slow discovery.
Got it. Okay. And you're making a record of that. I appreciate you doing that. The record should also be clear. It is already clear, but I'm going to state it now for the transcript of this trial, that of course your various lawyers you've had and then gotten rid of received all this discovery, had witness lists, etc. You've shared with me that maybe not all of it was shared with you, and you're free to persist in that representation. But what is inaccurate is to say that the Pritchett legal team never received discovery, never received a witness list. When you hit the eject button to Ms. Williams, you were ejecting not only the lawyer, but the information that she had begun to assimilate and absorb by looking at the discovery and the witness list, et cetera. So I'm not disagreeing with you that there are pieces of discovery that you've not held in your hand or been able to review because you're in custody and because on the eve of trial, you dismissed your lawyer. But it sounds like you do understand that I am not and have not intended to at any point prohibited you, and I'm not prohibiting you from bringing someone in if that's what you and your family arrange. In terms of me appointing someone, that time is over. You've had several lawyers appointed for you, and you made it clear on the record that that wasn't what you wanted. But you understand now that if there's someone who agrees to come sit with you as standby or as lead counsel, we'll get a second chair at that table. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please. Good morning, Ms. Riley.
Is there anyone I may need to stand right now? Can you see today?
Does anyone have an extra copy of was there a transcript made of the interview or it's digital?
It's digital.
Okay,
It's only digital for us to.
okay.
This is.
Yes, please.
All right, adjourned. Judge President, count for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You look fresh for a Thursday. Thank you for being here on time. Lawyers and I and the accused had to work through a few things. And we already have on the stand the next witness. I'll ask Mr. Abate, who is another prosecutor. You have not met Mr. Abate yet. He is part of Team District Attorney. And he is here this morning to handle this witness for the state. I'll ask him to call the next witness, so she's formally introduced to you, and then she'll be sworn in and we will be on our way. Mr. Abate, if you'd call the state's next witness.
State will call Ms. Lauren Riley.
Can you raise your right hand? Please swear or affirm that testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Below your hand. State and spell your name for the record.
LAURENRIELLY.
Say good morning, Ms. Riley.
Good morning.
Kind of have a soft voice, so if you'll kind of lean forward if you can, and make sure you just talk into the mic, and I can move it up and down.
Yeah, the microphone moves. I know it's harder for you to reach it, but move it so it's in a good spot for you,
Okay.
and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Can you, Ms. Riley, tell the jurors how old you are?
I'm 24 years old.
Okay, and where did you grow up up until now?
I grew up in Alpharetta, Georgia.
And did you go to high school in Alpharetta?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go to high school?
I went to Milton High School.
And in high school, did you play any sports, or were you involved in any after-school activities?
Yes, I played lacrosse.
Okay, and after high school, did you continue to play lacrosse in college?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jurors where did you play lacrosse at the college or collegiate level?
I played lacrosse at Life University in Marietta.
Okay, and if you can, I know it's been some time, can you tell the jurors when did you graduate from high school, and then about what time did you start at Life University?
I graduated high school in 2018, and I started at Life in 2018 as well, in the fall.
Now, can you tell the jurors what position you had, a specific one, were you assigned or did you play for the lacrosse team with Life University?
I played midfield and attack.
And you said you started, your freshman year was the fall of 2018. Were you a starter your freshman year?
Yes.
Okay. And while at Life University, did some of your teammates become close friends?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors who is Lyndsey Kallish?
She was my teammate and friend.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how did you meet her?
I met her through travel lacrosse when I was younger. Yeah.
And when you say younger, were you in elementary school, middle school, high school?
Grade school. I think it was about 5th or 6th grade.
You guys have been playing lacrosse for a while.
Yes.
And did you go to high school with her too?
I did not.
Did you, I guess, you met in grade school and playing travel lacrosse. Did you, I guess, at that time have a close friendship, or were you more acquaintances?
We were acquaintances.
Okay. And did she continue to play lacrosse at the collegiate level too?
Yes.
And where did she play?
She played at Life as well, the same college I played at.
Okay. And when were you guys at Life University at the same time?
Yes.
And were you roommates?
No, we were not.
And when you went to college at Life, you said that was in Marietta,
Yes.
the fall of 2018.
Yes.
Did you primarily, or did you only hang out in Marietta as you went off to college, or did you go to other places? Did you come to downtown Atlanta?
Yes, we went to other places, including downtown Atlanta.
Okay. And did you come to downtown and Buckhead and all of the surrounding areas fairly often?
Yes.
And did you have a car in college?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what kind of car did you have at that time?
I had a Mercedes C250.
You remember what color it was?
It was gray.
Now, did you and Lyndsey, when you got to college, have common friends outside of your Life University? I'll describe it as a little your college bubble.
Yes, we did.
And how did you meet other people outside of your high school friends, as well as your college friends?
Instagram, get-togethers, small gatherings.
Okay. Now, did some of the small gatherings that you and Lyndsey went to, can you describe to the jurors, did they have drugs?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what kind of drugs did you commonly come across at these small get-togethers?
Yes, marijuana, different forms of THC, cocaine, liquor of the sort.
And
When you say different forms of THC, meaning like edibles, or what did you mean by that?
Yes, so there different forms of THC edibles. They have wax. They have these cartridges you can smoke out of. So different kind of ways that THC is ingested.
now, did you guys go to these get-togethers or small gatherings often?
Yes.
Okay. And as you and Lyndsey were going to college at Life, can you tell the jurors, did you meet someone with the nickname Young Vans?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, these Young Vans, I guess, who is that a nickname for?
His name,
Yes.
Boss Coleman.
Okay. And how did you meet Boss Coleman?
I met him through Instagram.
Okay. And did you meet him, I guess, through messaging, through, I guess, DMs or other things?
Yes, DMs, direct message.
And do you remember about what or when you guys started messaging and met up?
Well, I met him the year prior. I was at a gathering at his place. I think that was around 2018. We were probably DMing around the same time.
Okay. And just so we can put some context to when you guys met, were you towards the last year of your senior year in high school, or had you already gone into college at Light?
I was in between the stages of college and high school and college.
I did say it was the summer of 2018.
Yes.
Now, I want to bring your attention to around November of 2019, okay?
Okay.
And were you still talking to and in contact and hanging out with young bands or Voss Coleman?
Yes.
Okay, and did you meet any of young bands, Mr. Coleman's, I guess, friends or people he hung out with?
Yes.
Okay, did you meet someone by the name of Maxx Pritchett?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you call him Maxx Pritchett?
No.
Okay, did he have a nickname?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jurors what was that nickname?
Rick Rare.
Did you also meet other people who were close with young bands, and when you hung out with him, they were often there as well?
Yes.
Who else?
Tyrone Robinson. I knew him as Baby Slat.
And can you tell the jurors, as you got to know them, did you learn through observing and hanging out with them that they were part of the YSL criminal street gang?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors a little bit about how you came to realize that?
Well, a lot of their Instagram posts, as well as some gang signs that have been used. They wear the colors of the YSL gang. So it's some different things that kind of point out that they would be affiliated with that gang.
Okay. Let's see if we can fix that. We can keep going. I'll add it. Audio is working fine. I'll see if I can re-add that screen.
Now, can you tell the jurors, once you kind of learned or figured out that they were a part of this street gang, why did you continue to hang out with them?
I thought it was fun. I had a good time, I guess.
And would you, as you continue to hang out with both, all of, whether it be young bands, Tyrone Robinson, who you knew as Baby Slap, or Rick Rare, Mr. Pritchett, would you consider? Did you begin to consider yourself an associate of YSL, the gang?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've talked a little bit about a few people. Do you see the person that you have referred to as Rick Rare here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And if you can, if you will kind of point the direction of and identify Rick Rare by an article of clothing he's wearing for the record.
If you need to stand up, you're free to do that.
He's wearing a blue button down with a black blazer, if I'm correct.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Maxx Pritchett. Now, you also talked a little bit about the person you knew as Baby Slap, Tyrone Robinson. Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Okay. And if you will kind of point in the direction or identify who they're sitting around, and then an article of clothing that he's wearing.
He's sitting over there. He's wearing a gray blazer.
And is he sitting next to anyone?
Yes.
Okay. And
Can you describe the color of clothing of one of the people next to him?
Yes. The lady with the red shirt.
Your Honor, this statement have the record reflect that the witness, Miss Riley, has identified the defendant Tyrone Robinson. Now, we probably should have talked about this at the beginning, so I apologize. Are you living in Alpharetta or in Marietta right now?
No, sir.
And where are you laying your head or staying?
I live in Buckhead.
Okay. Are you currently staying in Buckhead?
No.
Where are you sleeping at night?
Atlanta City Detention Center.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors why are you at the city detention center?
My bond was revoked.
Okay. And why was your bond revoked?
Because I did not follow my 24-hour house arrest curfew.
And were you on bond for charges related to the case that we're here for today?
Yes.
And was another reason, or a part of the reason your bond was revoked, is because while you were out on bond, you were arrested an additional or second time?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were out on bond, were you continuing to hang out with other members of the YSL street gang?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors who were the members of YSL that you were hanging out with at that time?
Robert Holiday and Reginald Pierce.
All right, so let's go to November 7th of 2019, okay? Were you, do you recall, were you hanging out with Miss Lyndsey that day?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember, I guess, where you guys were when you initially began, I guess, to hang out?
We were at our college dorm.
Okay, so Marietta?
Yes.
All right, and that day, had you been in contact with young men?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you typically, I guess, contact him?
Instagram.
Okay, did you at that time also have a cell phone?
Yes.
And was your cell phone number at that time 678-537-1338?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what kind of phone you had?
I had an iPhone 8.
Apple iPhone?
Yes.
All right. And I want to show you, well, before I show you the exhibits, let's talk about where at the time, if you knew, you said you had hung out with young man before, where was he living?
The Mayfield in Midtown.
And had you ever been to that spot or that place where he was living back in November of 2019?
No, not prior to that day.
Was this a fairly new residence or home that he had begun to stay at?
Yes.
And you said you'd been speaking with young men via Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to tender what's been marked as exhibits 24 and then 24A as are under OCGA 24A-803, the certified business records exception as it relates to hearsay or the Instagram records of Miss Lauren Riley.
Okay. Ms. Mignot, any objection to the admission of 24A and 24R? What's the difference?
24 is the full Instagram extraction of Miss Riley's account, and then 24A is just an excerpt of some conversations that Miss Riley had with young men specifically.
Got it. So 24, when you say extraction, it's not from a device. It would be subpoena or a court order sent to Instagram with certain parameters. And what 24 is a thumb drive or a disk with what Instagram provided in response.
That's correct.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Mignot, any objection to states 24 or 24A?
Just a quick look, Coach.
Ms. Green, is the screen on your table, does it show what's going on or the handsome judge?
It just shows what's going on,
Good.
unfortunately.
Unfortunately, well, I'm right here. Okay, we're still trying to fix that one, but someone will be here shortly. So Ms. Mignot, any objection to states 24 and 24A being admitted?
No objection, Your Honor.
And to the accused, any objection to 24 and 24A?
Yes, my main objection is just the lack of preparation for me because I've never seen any of those exhibits or evidence.
Okay, noted. Those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Riley, I'm gonna show you 24A, which is an excerpt from exhibit 24, the full Instagram records. Just a second.
Ms. Riley, if you would touch your screen where it says stay mute or, yeah, that one, just tap that. Thank you. What I'm gonna do, yes, someone's coming to fix it, but Deputy Gordon, if you don't mind rotating jurors, excuse me, we'll get that podium screen rotated back, but right now the screen on the Mr. Pritchett's desk is not working. So there we go. And I've already asked IT to show up and get that thing working again, so.
Judge, if you give me 2 seconds, I will give him, I have an extra laptop and I can just sign into Zoom and put it in front of him.
Okay, thanks. That'll be a temporary. Since it's text, it'll probably be easier if it's up close than that far away.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. President, you see the excerpt 24A, the first page of that exhibit on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to zoom in, and I am notoriously bad with technology. Okay. So do you see at the very bottom page or part of the first page of 24A where it says recipients, young man, and then Lauren Riley?
Yes.
Okay. Are those the screen names for yourself as well as the person you know as Young Vance, but his real name is Boss Coleman?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where it says time that it is on the 7th day of November in 2019?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors on the very last message on the first page of 24A where it says text, can you tell the jurors what it says?
I'm at the Mayfair.
Okay. Who's saying that?
Young bands.
Okay. And is that him telling you where he was living at the time in November of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And we could go through each one of the messages, but I'm not going to do that because that'd be painstaking. But during your conversation, as you and Mr. Young Vance continued to talk that day, did you eventually give you the address and you go to the Mayfair in Midtown Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you it's exhibit 35. Look at Stacy 35. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize it? Or what is it?
I believe they're condominiums.
Okay, and is it the condominiums that you've referred to as the Mayfair where you went to see Young Vance on November 7th of 2019?
Yes.
And does that photograph fairly and accurately depict how the Mayfair condos looked when you went back in November of 2019?
Yes.
This time around, this statement tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Ms. Mignot, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
And the accused, any objection? Pardon me? Okay, admitted.
Now, Ms. Riley, can you tell the jurors about what time of day or night did you and Miss Lyndsey go to the Mayfair where Mr. Youngbands was?
Probably around 10 to 11 p.m.
Okay. Okay. Now, who drove?
I did.
Okay, and was it just you and Miss Lyndsey in your car? You said it was a Mercedes?
Yes.
When y'all were driving down to the Mayfair, which is depicted in States to the 35 on the screen in front of you.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, you said were you coming from Marietta?
Yes.
About how long does it take for you to drive from Life University of Marietta to Midtown Atlanta to the Mayfair condos?
It was probably about 20 minutes.
Okay, and as you are driving with Miss Lyndsey to the condos, are you and Mr. Youngbands, are you continuing to DM and message about where you are and your ETA?
I don't recall if I did or did not.
Okay, and when you get there, can you tell the jurors, were you able to immediately get in?
No.
Okay, tell the jurors how you ended up getting up to the apartment that Youngbands was staying in.
Youngbands had to come to the lobby to get us to go upstairs.
And when you got there, was there anybody else that came down to the lobby?
No.
Okay, and when you got up to, well, let me ask you this: as you were getting ready to go, do you remember if Youngbands asked you if you were alone?
I do not recall.
Okay, let me ask you a better question: did anybody who Youngbands was associated with or friends with have a crush on Lyndsey?
Not beforehand. I'm not sure that anyone met her beforehand.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to States Exhibit 24A, and specifically, it's page 13685 and 686 in the records. And do you see where you and Youngbands are messaging on those pages?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors at the bottom of page 13685, who does Youngbands say he's with?
It says all Rick with me.
Okay. And do you see above that where, what do you say prior to that, that he's responding to that's saying, oh, Rick is with me?
I said, cause Lyndsey is with me.
Okay. And then if we go to the next page, 13686, what does Youngbands say about Lyndsey while y'all are DMing or chatting?
He said he want her to come.
Okay. And who is Youngbands referring to who wants Lyndsey to come?
Rick.
Okay. And Rick his real name is Maxx Pritchett, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge.
Yes? Yes, we don't do questions midway.
I know.
Okay, I understand. We're working on that. We're working on that and we'll rotate that screen as soon as we can. Mr. Dorsey is getting the device back up.
Judge, since I put the computer over there, do you want me to?
Nope, we're good. Thank you.
I've rotated it and it all goes out.
Yeah.
That's why I don't want to do it. Okay, so you guys get to the Mayfair and you go up to the apartment. And can you tell the jurors, we've talked about, Rick Rare's there, you've got young men's there, it's you and Lyndsey. Is anybody else in the apartment when you arrived? You said it was a little after 11?
Yes, there was a few people that I did not recognize.
Okay. And was the person who you referred to as Baby Slap or Tyrone Robinson, was he present at that time?
No.
Okay. Now, do you have your cell phone with you as well as you are, of course, you're DMing. Are you using your cell phone when you are in the apartment?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, we've talked a little about Instagram, but did you have other social media type accounts on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have Snapchat?
Yes.
And can you tell some of the jurors who may not know what Snapchat is, what it is?
It's a social media app where you can direct message and send photos to different groups of people or people.
Okay. And were you receiving any messages or did you see any messages that either you or Lyndsey were receiving as it relates to a kickback or a party?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors a little bit about that.
Well, Christopher Riggs, Snapchat direct message Lyndsey telling us, well, asking us to come to a gathering.
Okay. And had you ever been to a gathering that Mr. Riggs had thrown?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the gathering. How many?
We went to 2 gatherings. One was about a week or so prior to November 7th.
Okay. And are these gatherings, are they large gatherings? Are they small gatherings? How many people typically are present?
Small, I'd say no more than 10 people.
Okay. And what's going on at these gatherings? Is it anything different than what we've talked about where you said different types of THC and edibles were being consumed?
It was similar to that, yes.
Okay. And specifically, when you're seeing the Snapchat messages that Lyndsey is receiving on her Snapchat, what exactly are you seeing as it relates to Mr. Riggs' party?
Well, he was posting photos of drugs and money on his Snapchat story.
Okay. And do you eventually get the address for the kickback of the small gathering where Mr. Riggs is having this party?
Yes.
Okay. And is it his home?
No, it was Airbnb.
Okay. And was it located at 1040 Wiley Street here in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the address that you guys received for the invite for the kickback of the party?
Yes.
All right. And when you are receiving, or you and Lyndsey are receiving these messages through Snapchat, are you communicating this to young mans and Rick Rare?
Yes.
And what are you telling them about the messages that you're receiving as it relates to Mr. Riggs' party?
Well, they invite us to go to the party, so I said, let's go to the party.
Okay. And when you say you would go to the party, was it just gonna be you and Lyndsey, or were you gonna take both young mans and Mr. Pritchett?
Objection, Your Honor, leaving.
I would praise Your Honor.
Okay.
Other than Miss Lyndsey, was anybody else gonna go to the party with you?
Yes.
Who?
Tyrone Robinson and Maxx Pritchett.
Okay. And why didn't young mans go to the party?
He was on house arrest.
So he had his own issues going on at that time.
Yes.
All right. And you said Tyrone Robinson.
Bless you.
Bless you. Is that the person you said you knew as Baby Slap?
Yes.
You had talked about him not being present in the apartment, remember?
Yes.
So how was he gonna go to the party with you guys?
Well, young bands called him over before we went to the party.
Okay. And before I guess how long did it take for him to arrive at the condo in Midtown at the Mayfair?
No more than a half an hour.
Okay, and did he come up to the apartment and kind of meet y'all, or did you guys meet somewhere else?
He came up to the apartment.
So once he got there, Mr. Robinson got there, can you tell the jurors, were you guys going to have a good time and smoke some weed and do some edibles?
No.
Okay, tell the jurors, why were you going to Mr. Riggs's party that night?
To lift things from the party.
And when you say lift things, what does that mean?
Take,
Does that mean steal?
steal.
Okay, and whose idea was it to lift things or take things without Mr. Riggs's permission at his party?
It was my idea.
Now tell the jurors, why did you need to or want to lift things from Mr. Riggs's party?
We wanted to get money from it.
Okay, and I guess why?
Why?
Why did you wanna, what did you need money for?
Nothing specific. We just wanted some money from it.
And how are you gonna take, I guess, items, drugs, money from Mr. Riggs? What was the plan?
To go in the house and just take things from the party.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, did you guys kind of discuss how you were going to accomplish that before going to the Wiley Street Airbnb?
Well, we said we were going to leave Lyndsey's phone in the car and text if there was any drugs in there that they could come in and grab.
Okay, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like what you're saying is you and Lyndsey were gonna go in. And Lyndsey was gonna leave her phone, whose car was?
Objection, Your Honor, now we're leading.
So
I can ask a series of.
you can, and I don't know that you're suggesting the answer, but I know you're also trying to progress through time, but let's take this moment to pause. And Deputy Gordon, if you could rotate, we've reconnected the monitor on the table there. So if we could rotate the one on the podium, so jurors have a better view of the rest of the courtroom. And then we can return Ms. Green's laptop. Thank you for Mr. Abates. Thank you for sharing that. And I interrupted, there was an objection. So if you would pose your question again. You remember where you were, or rephrase, or do what you need to do. Sorry about that.
I will ask a different one.
Okay.
So you said something about leaving Lyndsey's phone in a car, right?
Yes.
Whose car was Lyndsey's phone gonna be left in?
My car.
Okay, and who was going to be inside of your car with Lyndsey's phone?
Tyrone and Maxx.
Okay, and where were you and Lyndsey going to be while your phone, or excuse me, Lyndsey's phone is in your Mercedes with Tyrone and Maxx?
Well, we were in the house, so we were going to go in first, and then they came in after.
Okay, so the plan is for you and Lyndsey to go in first, and
Your Honor, I would object to the narrative, because it's a leading narrative to a question.
I'll add a was.
Okay.
Was the plan for Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson to remain in the vehicle while you and Lyndsey went inside?
So don't answer yet.
It's still hearsay. I'm not hearsay, Your Honor. It's still leading because it suggests an answer.
It doesn't though, because her answer could be no, or you're wrong, or it was a different plan, or yes. It's not, isn't this the answer? So I'll overrule it and ask you to repeat your question as best you can.
Yes, thank you, Judge. So I think my question was the plan for you and Lyndsey to go in first and Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett to stay in your car with Lyndsey's phone?
Yes.
Let me ask you this question. Why did Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett need to keep on or hold on to Lyndsey's phone and Lyndsey not have it?
So that they knew when to come in the house, or if there was something for them to take from the house.
So did they not have phones?
They did not bring their phones.
Do you know why?
I believe that they just did not want to have any evidence of being there.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained, you all should disregard that answer. There may be a basis for it, but that's not in the record yet.
So let me ask you this question. Before you guys left the Mayfair, young man spot, was part of the plan for both Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson not to bring their cell phones
Yes,
and to leave their cell phones at the Mayfair?
yes,
And you were going to bring your phone, or you would bring your phone,
yes.
and Lyndsey was only to bring her phone.
So now it's more leading again. I don't want Ms. Mignot to have to stand up each time. So question as opposed to here's what happened, right? Which is sort of how it's flowing now.
So the only two phones, or the only two people who were gonna have phones were who?
Myself and Lyndsey.
Now, can you tell the jurors, after you just kind of figured out this plan, well, let me ask you this. Was part of the plan for Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett to be armed with guns or firearms?
Yes,
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, did you see a firearm or firearms in young man's apartment and as the night progressed and you got to the party?
yes.
Describe to the jurors what you saw as it relates to guns.
I saw a firearm or rifle of some sort placed into a black backpack.
Okay, and who had the black backpack that the rifle went into?
Mr. Robinson.
And how long, once the four of you got to your car at the Mayfair, did it take for you to get to the Wiley Street AirBNB address?
Not long, maybe 15 minutes.
Okay, and did you drive?
Yes.
And who sat in front?
Lyndsey sat in the passenger seat and I drove.
Okay, and were the boys in the back?
Yes.
All right, and about what time was it when you guys were heading over to do the robbery at the Wiley Street party?
Probably around 1 in the morning.
Okay. Now, was there any conversation in the car as it relates to further into the plan once you guys got there?
Could you repeat the question?
So did you guys talk about anything further as it relates to the robbery as you traveled to the party address?
No.
Okay, so plan was set.
Yes.
All right, now, can you tell the jurors, once you got to the party, where did you park?
I
Does that mean you parked on Wiley or some street that intersects with Wiley?
I parked on Wiley.
And once you parked, Ms. Riley, did you immediately get out of the car, or did you guys kind of sit in the car for a few minutes?
I immediately got out of the car.
And did Lyndsey come with you?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you a video from State's Exhibit 21 that was previously admitted yesterday.
You're brave to run it through Zoom, but we'll see what happens.
Got my fingers crossed.
You all may see it about 4 minutes after we do on the big screen, but we'll see. Is the view better now? Thank you for flagging that.
Okay, so do you see the second file within State Exhibit 21 on the jump drive? Do you see your vehicle on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and can you kind of describe to the jurors, if you can, from this view, where in relation to where your car is now on the screen, did you park your vehicle?
So this street is perpendicular to the Airbnb.
Okay.
So I would have parked parallel to the Airbnb, which would have been on the left side street of what we're looking at.
Okay, so if we're looking, the way we're looking at it now is the street that you parked on behind your vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And is that your Mercedes?
Yes.
YouTube. 22.
Now,
Thank you.
Ms. Riley, can you tell the jurors, do you remember what you had on that night?
Yes, I just had on a jogging suit and some red sneakers.
Okay. I want to show you the third video from State's Exhibit 22 that was previously admitted. Okay, on the screen, do you see yourself and Miss Lyndsey walking up to the house?
Yes.
Okay, and is the door, looks like a front door with 6 windows. Is that the front door to the house where the party was?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where you and Miss Lyndsey are kind of walking from?
Yes.
The street that you're on, is that the street that you described earlier that you parked on?
Yes.
Okay. And you see the person in the white coat?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is Lyndsey.
Now, Ms. Riley, when you and Lyndsey get into the door that you're knocking on now, can you tell the jurors a little bit about what you first saw, what was going on, and what y'all did when you first walked in?
Well, when I walked in, I recognized somebody that I knew, so I said hello. And then we proceeded to go up the stairs and kind of check out the house.
Okay. And who did you recognize, or can you tell the jurors if you remember his name or her name when you first walked in?
Yes, Mr. Christian Hooper.
And how did you know him?
I knew him from high school.
Okay. And did you know anybody else initially when you kind of first walked in the door and kind of started to greet people?
No.
Okay. And did you and Ms. Lyndsey, when y'all walked in, did you kind of remain kind of together as a pair? Or did you both kind of start or go your separate ways and explore the house?
Separate ways.
Okay, and where did you go?
I went upstairs.
Okay, and did you go upstairs alone?
Yes.
Okay, and why did you go upstairs?
I went to go look around and see if there was anything I could find to lift.
And when you say lift, do you mean steal?
Yes.
And what were you specifically looking for, had your eye on?
I was looking for the stuff that was on the Snapchat story. So edibles, different forms of THC, stuff that was at the previous party that I went to.
Okay, so this would be a good time. I want to show you State's Exhibits 23. And then 23A, B, and C. Okay, I haven't shown this to Mr. Pritchett yet, so I'm sorry. You good? Okay, so Ms. Riley, you had before today that you had an opportunity to meet with and speak to Mr. Hiles, who's a little shorter than it.
Yes.
And during your conversations with Mr. Hiles, was it just you two?
No.
Was your attorney present?
Yes.
And do you recall going through your phone extraction from the cell phone that you had that night?
Yes.
And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. And see if you recognize the jump drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 23?
My initials are on it.
Okay, and what is State's Exhibit 23 in the exhibit of that you initialed?
I believe it was multiple things, video footage, text messages.
Was that all stuff from the phone extraction, things, the data from your cell phone that police collected?
Yes.
And did all of the things that you looked at from your phone extractions in State's Exhibit 23 fairly and accurately depict as you remembered what was on your cell phone, the iPhone, Apple iPhone 8?
Yes.
Around the state contender was marked State's Exhibit 23 evidence, but I'll do the rest as well. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So I want you to look at State's Exhibit, here's 23C. 23A. We'll just peruse through that and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize this.
Okay, and do you recognize it? Did you have an opportunity to go and look at State's Exhibit 23A? That photo.
Yes, that's correct.
And then 23C, if you remember Mr. House kind of showing you a series of text messages from your phone extraction with you and Ms. Lyndsey.
Yes.
Okay, and all of the excerpts, so 23A, B, and C, do they fairly and accurately depict things that are from the large extraction 20 State's Exhibit 23 that Mr. House kind of went through with you when you previously met?
Yes.
and this time around the state attendant, what's been marked is State's Exhibit 23, which is the full phone extraction. State's Exhibit 23A, which is a excerpt from the phone extraction involving a picture with the drugs, and 23B and C are also excerpts of text messages.
All right. Ms. Mignot, any objection to what I'm going to call collectively States 23?
23, if it does not have any video footage on it. 23A, no objection, extraction. 23B, no objection, and 23C, no objection. Because the 23 we have, the witness just testified to videos, we don't have it.
Okay. I don't know if there are videos on there. If there are, before anyone would be able to view those, we need to make sure they had been disclosed. So I'm going to provisionally admit all of 23. And then if we need to, before things go out with the jury, and they can't view a thumb drive anyway. We would certainly have to work through discovery concerns you'd have about videos, if there are videos on that thumb drive. Okay. And turning to the accused, sir, any objection to the admission of what I'm calling States 23?
That's the fact that I feel impaired because that's my first time ever seeing it.
Okay, that is noted. I will admit States 23, A, B, and C as well.
Thank you, Judge. So, Ms. Robinson, so you went upstairs, as you kind of started to, was this the first time you ever been to this house at Wiley Street?
Yes.
And when you get upstairs, can you kind of describe to the jurors, I guess, the layout of the upstairs of the house?
It was just a bedroom and a bathroom.
Okay. And as you are kind of perusing or going through the upstairs, the bathroom and the bedroom, do you find anything of interest?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors what you find?
I found some THC wax slabs and some wax paper.
Okay. And when you find the drugs, do you what do you do?
I stole them.
Okay. And we kind of talked previously a little bit about the plan you guys had derived prior to going to the party. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So can you tell the jurors and according to, or as it relates to the plan you guys had, once you found the drugs upstairs, what did you do next as it relates to the plan that you had or made with Lyndsey and Mr. Pritchett, Mr. Robinson?
Well, I took Lyndsey's jacket and I put the slabs of wax inside the jacket so that I could cover them, conceal them. And I ran out of the house.
Okay. And prior to running out of the house, did you have your cell phone on you?
Yes.
And you said Lyndsey's cell phone was in your car.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, once you found the drugs upstairs, did you do anything with your cell phone?
I sent a photo of some edibles, a group of drugs, and sent it to Lyndsey's phone.
Okay. And this screen in front of you in 2 seconds. Do you see at the very bottom of State's Exhibit 23A where it says, the line is 75023, where it says MMS, message outgoing?
7502.
Oh.
Yes, I see it.
And it's there's a red empty file at the very last box.
Yes.
Let me see if I can zoom in. Okay. Is that the message that you sent to Lyndsey's phone when you found the drugs?
Would that timestamp be correct?
Well, let me
'Cause
show
it
you
says-
this. Do you see where it says IMG, our image 2216?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to go to the second page of the State Exhibit 23A. I'm going to zoom in again. Do you see in the second kind of row the the photo there?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that a photo of?
Edibles and THC cartridges.
And you kind of just asked a question about the times. Remember that?
Yes.
And you don't know anything about UTC time and the conversion between UTC time and Eastern Standard Time and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. You're not an expert in time zones and how things convert.
Correct.
You just know that you took the photograph that night.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you the third page, which is the third page of State's Exhibit 23A, that a larger version of that thumbnail of the photograph you sent to Lyndsey's phone while you were upstairs at the address.
Yes.
And for some of us who've never seen any of this stuff, can you describe to the jurors, what are we looking at? What are the, I guess the yellow, it looks like candy to me.
So the nerds are nerds ropes, but they have their they have THC in them. So that's kind of the candy looking wrappers you see in the picture. As far as the smaller cubed boxes, those are small containers of wax, THC.
Okay.
You've mentioned that before, so I think of wax like a candle. You just eat it, or you burn the wax and inhale the smoke? If you know, how does wax THC get inside? Maybe not me, maybe you.
So you would use a glass sort of pipe and heat it up, and then you would inhale the smoke when it's melted.
And all the items that we're looking at and that you started to describe in the photograph in front of you, were all of these found as you described in the upstairs bedroom of the party house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you took sheets of wax and ran out of the house, something like that?
Yes.
Do you see any of the, I guess, the sheets of wax that you, I guess, lifted prior to you leaving the home?
No.
Okay, can you describe to yours, what do those look at, or how do they differ from, I guess, the nerds and the wax boxes that we're talking about in the picture before you?
So these are portioned amounts of THC. The THC that I took was sort of just a large quantity smashed flat. And it's a much bigger quantity of the actual THC wax.
Okay.
And it was inside of plastic wax paper.
Okay. It's fair to say it kind of sounds homemade.
Sure, yes.
Okay. And the items that you see on the screen before you in the last page of 23, State's Exhibit 23A, are those items that are purchased from, I guess, a store?
Yes, you purchase them from a store, but not in Georgia, somewhere that it would be legal. Marijuana would be legal.
Okay. But I guess a better question would be, those aren't homemade goods that, kind of like the ones you just described with the wax sheets that you took?
Correct.
Okay. Now, while you're kind of upstairs, does Lyndsey ever come up to the top bedroom and bathroom while you find the things that you were looking for?
No.
And the photograph that we were just looking at in 23A, who did you send that to?
I sent that to Lyndsey's phone.
Okay, and who had Lyndsey's phone?
Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett.
Okay, and as part of the, I guess, kind of plan that we've talked about shortly ago, when was, or what was there a cue or a sign for Mr. Pritchett, Mr. Robinson to come in after you guys?
When I ran from the house.
So I want to show you the last video in State's Exhibit 22. All right, so do you see on the screen, the person in the white jacket?
Yes,
Who is that?
that is me.
Okay, and, when you came into the party, who was wearing that white jacket?
Lyndsey.
Okay, and how did you get Lyndsey's jacket?
She gave it to me in the house. I told her to hand it to me so I could conceal what I had stole.
Okay, the wax sheets?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, what you are doing here in the video of the front door?
I am running to my vehicle.
And when you get to your car, what do?
I got in the car and I turned on my car and I started to kind of drive around.
Okay, and when you got to your car, was Mr. Pritchett or Mr. Robinson still in the back seat?
No,
Okay, did you see when they left your vehicle?
no,
Okay. Did you know where they were?
no.
Prior to you and Lyndsey getting out of the car, can you tell the jurors, we talked a little bit about the black book bag that Mr. Robinson had with the rifle. Did they have any other items that you saw that was going to be used in the armed robbery?
Just masks.
Okay, can you describe to the jurors what the mask what they look like?
I only recall one. I think it kind of looked like a animal face mask, if I'm correct. I don't really remember the other one.
Okay, but was a part of the plan that you guys had talked about for Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett to conceal their face when they went into the home?
Objection, Your Honor, we're leaving.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
Yes,
All right, so you said you got to your car, no one was in it, and you were driving around?
yes.
Okay, tell the jurors, I guess, a little bit about where you went in relation to the house that we've seen.
So my car was parked, like I said earlier, parallel to the house. So I got in my car and reversed and was driving on the perpendicular street, sort of an intersection, and I was kind of riding up and down that intersection.
Okay, and do you remember the first video that we saw with your Mercedes where you kind of described where you, in relation to where your car was, where you parked? Remember that first video?
Yes,
Is that the street that you're referring to?
yes.
Okay, and how long, I guess, did you kind of drive up and down that street and in that area before anybody else got into your car?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, could you hear anything, or were you close enough to the house where you could hear anything that was going on?
Yes.
Okay, describe to the jurors what you could hear while you were waiting in your car.
Well, I heard just some screaming, some loud yelling.
Okay, and how long did you hear that, would you say?
Not long. I think it was just a few screams.
Okay, and after you heard those screams, can you tell the jurors what happened next?
Well, the men ran outside and got in my car.
Okay. And when you say the men, who are you referring to?
Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett.
And where was Lyndsey?
She was still in the house.
What, as you are in your car and Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett get into your vehicle, do they get in the back?
Yes.
And describe to the jurors when they get in, what's going on inside your vehicle? What are they saying, if anything?
Well, they told me to drive off.
Okay.
And I said I wanted to wait to see where Lyndsey was. And as we were driving, I saw Lyndsey on the side of the road and we picked her up.
And when they get in your car, they still have a firearm?
Yes.
Okay, do you see a mask? Are they wearing a mask when they get in?
There's masks in their hands.
And could you see any of the proceeds of the items that they had taken from the upstairs bedroom?
No.
Okay. Did they have the book bag?
Yes.
And you said Lyndsey came running down the street, and was she able to get into the car?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you guys go once you're able to get Lyndsey in the car?
We went back to Young Ben's place.
Okay, the Mayfair?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get back to Young Ben's condo, can you tell the jurors what you guys do once you get there? What time is it, would you say?
Probably about 3 or 4 in the morning.
Okay. And so when you guys get there early that morning, what do you guys do once you get inside the apartment?
Well, we went to Young Ben's bedroom and kind of threw everything that was stolen onto the bed.
Okay. And on Young Man's bed, did it look very similar to what we've seen in the photograph that you took inside of the Wiley Street party house?
Was it similar?
Like the items?
Oh, yes, the items, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, I want to back up, so I apologize. While you were in the vehicle or your vehicle driving back to Young Man's apartment in Midtown, can you tell the jurors, did the defendants throw anything out the windows?
Yes.
What did they throw out the windows?
Phones and wallets.
Did you know who they belonged to or where they came from?
They came from the people in the party.
Okay. And as you are driving and they're in the car, are they talking about kind of what happened inside?
No.
Okay. Did they mention that they hit people with the firearm?
No.
Did they ever tell you that they injured anybody inside that home?
No.
Now, once all the items are dumped on the bed and you guys are all kind of looking at it and talking about it, can you tell the jurors, I guess, what is the discussion as it relates to how y'all will split the proceeds, for lack of better words?
Well, they said they would sell the product and that we would get a portion of the money.
Okay. And at that point, did you know how much of the portion of what was sold you were going to get?
No, not at that moment.
Okay. Now, do you spend the night at Young Man's that night, you and Lyndsey?
No.
Okay, how long, where do you go?
We went back to our college dorm.
Okay, how long do you think you stayed? You said you got there sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning. How long were you there at the Midtown condo of Young Man's?
Probably no longer than an hour.
And once you guys leave, do you go straight to your dorm room or apartment at Life University?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you and Lyndsey, when you get back to Life, go your separate ways to your separate apartments or dorms, or do you continue to kind of hang out and talk about what happened?
We went to our separate dorms.
Okay. And did any of the boys come with you from Young Man's apartment to your house at the dorms?
No.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got home that morning on the 8th of November 2019, do you talk to Young Man's or Baby Slap or Rick Rare?
I believe there were some text messages.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, who are you text messaging with and what about?
I was messaging Young Bands about if we were going to get some money from the product.
Okay. And do you talk to Lauren about the money as well?
Lyndsey, yes,
Excuse me, Lyndsey.
Yes.
Okay. And is it kind of the same, the conversation, pretty much the same about when and how much you think that you guys will receive?
yes.
So. Okay, and in 23B, do you see the screen in front of you?
Yes,
Okay, do you see the phone number 678-890, excuse me, 898-0084, and where it says bands underneath it? Let me make it bigger, so I apologize.
yes,
Is that the phone number for the person you know as Young Bands?
yes.
Okay. And do you see on the screen, do you see where it says in the blue bubbles, this is Rick, tell Lyndsey to call me?
Yes,
Okay, is that the person you know as Rick Rare or Maxx Pritchett using the phone that belonged to Young Man's?
yes.
All right. And then do you see in States Exhibit 23, which is should now be in front of you, and on page 7,984, where it says, Van said you need to keep asking Rick for the money. You see that?
Yes,
And is that, who is in the blue where it says trap baby, and then it says 678-215-7259?
that's Lyndsey's phone number.
And is that an example in your large phone extraction of you and Lyndsey kind of discussing after the armed robbery, like you and Lyndsey getting proceeds from the sale of the stuff that's stolen
Yes,
or lifted? So at some point, can you tell the jurors, did you kind of stop talking to, or were you blocked on Instagram from Baby Slat and Rick Rare?
Objection, Your Honor, leading, there's been no testimony about any text correspondence between Baby Slat.
Well, I don't think I talked about, I said, was she blocked from communicating with Rick Rare or Baby Slat on Instagram?
Okay, I'll allow it.
I was not blocked by them.
Okay, was Lyndsey?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Were either of them still talking to you?
No,
Okay, do you see on the screen where it says, it's on page 7987, let me zoom in, where the person you have stated in your phone as Trap Baby says, so Baby Slat and Rick are still talking to me, so that's good.
yes,
Okay, and that was a message that was sent after, or was that a message that was sent after the armed robbery on November 8th?
Yes.
Now, at some point, can you tell the jurors, were you contacted by the Atlanta Police Department?
I was, yes.
Okay, and tell the jurors a little bit about how that all went about.
Well, the police came to my house at the time where I was living in Alpharetta and to Lyndsey's house. And Lyndsey's mom called us and told us that we were wanted for questioning.
Okay, and after you find that out, do you and Lyndsey you talk about the fact that you're both wanted to be questioned by the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and are you nervous?
Yes.
At this point, had you ever had any contact with police as it relates to being involved in any sort of criminal activity?
No.
Okay. And did you want to go talk to the police?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And why?
We were trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. And why did you kind of want to figure out what was going on?
I wanted to clear up if I was in trouble or not.
Okay. Is it fair to say that, or did you want to know if they knew your involvement in the armed robbery?
Yes.
And did you ultimately go speak with detectives with the Atlanta Police Department, specifically Detective Maldonado?
Yes.
Okay. And did you speak to him at your house or somewhere else?
I spoke to him at the precinct.
Okay. Did you come downtown?
Yes.
Okay. And when you spoke to him, did he put you in an interview room?
Yes.
Okay. And was it just the two of you in that room kind of talking?
Yes.
And prior to speaking with Detective Maldonado, had you and Lyndsey, I guess, come up with a plan about what you were going to tell the detectives about your involvement and what happened that night?
Yes, we sort of said we just were gonna try to distance ourselves from the situation.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how are you gonna distance yourself from a situation that you, for lack of better words, initiated? You spotted the people that should be armed robbed. How are you gonna distance yourself from that?
Well, I tried to minimize my involvement.
When you say minimize, did you lie?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, what did you lie about specifically when you first met with Detective Maldonado in November of 2019?
Well, I said I didn't have any idea about them going to rob the party.
Did you explain to Detective Maldonado that you were just a guest at the party?
Yes.
Did you tell Detective Maldonado that, I guess, how you knew the two masked gunmen at that time?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you tell the detective that you knew Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson that night?
No.
And did you tell him anything about the fact that you drove them over there?
No.
Did you tell Detective Maldonado anything about your involvement as it relates to the people at that house being robbed?
Not initially.
Okay. And when you say not initially, when did you tell Detective Maldonado, I guess, additional information about what happened on November 8th of 2019?
Well, after they brought me back in to be arrested.
Okay. And tell the jurors about that. Where were you arrested? What was it like?
Well, I was arrested at the precinct and they left me in the interrogation room. They said I could leave initially, and then as I was leaving, they came with a warrant for my phone and a warrant for my arrest.
So after your first initial encounter, so you talked about you going to talk with Detective Maldonado that day in November, and the interview finished is what it sounds like, right?
Correct.
And you said you were allowed to leave, but as soon as you left, it was almost as if you were arrested, right?
Yes,
And did you willingly give your phone over to the detectives?
I did, yes.
And is that the phone that you had the night that the armed robbery happened at the Wiley Street Party House?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, shortly after your first interview, what did you tell the detective, if anything, upon speaking to him after your arrest?
Well, I sort of said the same thing. I still kind of was distancing myself at first. I said that I did drive there, but I did not admit to knowing about them robbing the party.
So is it fair to say that second opportunity that day to tell the truth to Detective Maldonado, you did?
Objection, Your Honor, leaving.
Did you use that separate opportunity, that second opportunity to tell Detective Maldonado the full truth?
Yes.
So your testimony that you told Detective Maldonado all the ins and outs of y'all's plan and the fact that you were a part of the armed robbery that second time that you were spoken to that day that you were arrested?
No.
Okay. So where did you go after you were arrested and spoke to Detective Maldonado that second time? Did you go to jail?
Yes, I went to jail.
Okay. And how long were you in jail?
70 days.
Okay. And in those 70 days, did you hire an attorney?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see your attorney here in the courtroom?
I do, yes.
Okay. And after hiring your attorney, were you able to get a bond?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got a bond, what does that mean? What happened?
Well, I got a bond, but I was placed on a 24-hour curfew house arrest.
Okay. And did you have other conditions of that bond?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those conditions, or was one of those conditions to stay away from and have no contact with gang members, specifically YSL gang members?
Yes,
And did you violate that?
I did.
Tell the jurors how.
I got arrested last year in May for drug trafficking. I was with a gang member as well.
Okay. Who was that gang member?
Reginald Pierce.
And what gang is he a member of?
YSL.
That parents, it's the same gang that you've described that Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson are members of.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this question. You got the opportunity to be out on bond. Why are you trafficking drugs with a gang member when you know you're not supposed to?
Well, I thought it was sort of fun at the time, and I now realize that that's not the case.
Okay. And I know these are tough questions. And when you say you thought it was fun, you talked about earlier, you went to high school, right?
Correct.
You were in college, right?
Correct.
You knew what you were doing was wrong, right?
Yes.
So don't lead too much.
Sorry. Why, after getting arrested the first time for an armed robbery, getting out on bond, did you think it was fun to continue to traffic drugs with gang members?
Well, I just kind of enjoyed the money aspect. It was quick, fast money. I just kind of enjoyed the studio scene, stuff like that.
Was it something you were experiencing for the first time?
No,
Or was it something you'd experienced before starting to hang out with young bands and Rick Rare and Baby Slap?
no.
this new, I guess, were these new experiences?
Asked and answered.
I think you've covered it.
And since your arrest in May of last year, have you remained continuously in the jail?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, after you left Young Man's apartment in Midtown, did you ever see him or Mr. Pritchett or Mr. Robinson again?
No.
And why not?
Well, Young Bands blocked me, and well, we were arrested shortly after, so that's why we did not see them.
Now, we've talked a little bit about the fact that you, on previous occasions, you've spoken to Mr. Hiles, remember that?
Yes.
And in those communications, can you tell the jurors, did you explain to Mr. Hiles what you told the jury here today?
I did, yes.
And how many times did you meet with Mr. Hiles?
About 4 times.
And each time was your attorney present?
Yes.
And each time that you met with Mr. Hiles, did you tell him the truth?
I did, yes.
And in those times, was it in preparation for your testimony here today before the jurors?
Yes.
I'll tell you this, did Mr. Hiles tell you what to say?
He did not.
Did Mr. Hiles at all ever threaten you if you didn't say what he wanted to hear?
No.
At any time did Mr. Hiles make any promises to you if you spoke to him and continued to speak with him?
No.
So tell the jury why at this point did you decide to talk to Mr. Hiles and tell him the truth as it relates to what happened back in November of 2019?
Well, some innocent people were injured, and it's the right thing to do.
And can you tell the jurors, do you know what charges you face for this indictment or in this case?
Yes, I do.
Which ones are they? Or what are they?
Well, all of them: armed robbery, aggravated assault, home invasion, simple battery, gang violence.
And at any point in speaking with Mr. Hiles or anyone else, has any promises been made to you as to leniency as it relates to those charges if you testify like you have today?
No, I hope that I get some consideration, but no.
So at this point, are you under the belief, under the understanding that all the charges that you faced yesterday are the same charges you face today?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that as you sit before the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that there's been no deal or no talks of any sort of deal as it relates to your charges and you testify?
That's correct.
Let's see. One very brief question. And I'm gonna pull it up, but do you remember after the armed robbery in November, you and Ms. Lyndsey kind of talking about what happened and people getting injured?
Yes.
And do you remember you and Ms. Lyndsey both saying that their actions or the actions that were taken that night were sexy on behalf of the defendants, Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson?
Yes,
And are those messages that you went over, you reviewed with Mr. Hiles in your extraction that we've seen here today?
yes, I've seen them.
Tell me or tell the jury what's sexy about people getting injured and robbed.
It's not.
Why did you say it?
I'm not sure. At the time, I was thinking irrationally.
Ms. Riley, do you know what you did or your part in what happened on November 8th of 2019, that it was wrong?
Yes,
Do you regret doing it?
I very much so.
I don't have any further questions at this time. I can redirect.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. Appreciate your patience. Wanted to get through one part of it. When we return, we'll see if there's any cross-examination from Ms. Riley. During this break, which I'll try to keep to 10 minutes, so 11:13 on that clock, please don't discuss any of the testimony or anything about the case, no outside research. If you've got questions, they'll be posed to the witness after we get through all the cross-examination as well. So I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
You remember which is which? So that was the first one you put.
All right, Mr. Bate, anything we need to discuss before we break?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Mignot, after the break, you'll be up with cross-examination. You ready to go with that?
Ready to go.
Anything we need to get on the record now?
No, Judge, we've queued, both videos. Yes. For proper procedure.
Okay, got it.
To any use.
Okay. After you've asked questions, and we'll see what answers you get.
That's correct.
And will you let Mr. Abate know, and maybe you already have, or maybe you let Mr. Hiles, let the state's team know where in there you're looking at, so they aren't reacting after things have been played, but they know what's coming.
Got it.
Great, if you could do that over the break. And Mr. Pritchett, anything we need to talk about before we take a break?
The only real objection I have is that my ability to properly cross-examine the witnesses is highly impaired because of this lack of disclosure throughout my process of, seeing the discovery.
Okay, noted. We're going to take a break. During the break, if you don't mind, Deputy Gordon, I got a bunch more note cards. They're right on the corner there to just restock those 3 piles. All right, and Ms. Riley, we'll get you back out here right after the break.
All right.
Thank you. I'll mute the microphone. All right, if you all are ready, let's bring Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett and Ms. Riley out. And whatever order is easiest for you. Maybe Riley first. You know. He's bringing the rest of the guys out? Great.
Rather than just open that for you.
Thank you.
No one drink.
All right, Ms. Rivers, let's get back on the record, please. In State versus Pritchett and Robinson, we have both our defendants here. Ms. Riley is back on the stand. Mr. Abate, anything from the state before we bring the jurors back in? All right, Ms. Mignot, you ready to go?
I'm ready to go, Your Honor, but I just need to find out from the court, we are plugged up to HDMI. Is there a remote if we have to get there just for efficiency that we would use to?
I don't know. Mr. Howes might know. He's more of the master of plugging stuff in.
I will show you this right now.
Sure.
So it is, here's the toggle button right here. Press this button. And then when you press that, you just slide over to the left, go to HDMI 1, and it will show whatever is hooked up to the, yeah. But one thing of note, I would not, you do not simultaneously have the Zoom and that TV going at the same time. It will create an even weirder interplay in that.
That'll be fun. The dilemma we're gonna have is if you're running something through there, it'll be a little tricky for Ms. Riley to see it. She can peek around, but the more we run it through Zoom, the better because of where she's seated.
So you can run it, I should have rephrased that. You can, do not be sharing your screen on Zoom when you're hooked up to the television.
Right.
So does that make sense? Yeah.
So she's gonna be my director, Your Honor. She's gonna cue music and if necessary, I'm still gonna go through the legal procedures.
Yeah.
So what I'll have her do is try to do Zoom first, and then if that's getting too delayed, then we'll stop. And it'll be an easy fix because we're already queued up.
Great. Yeah, let's start with Zoom and right, if that's funky, not going well, or you can't start and stop in the way you want, which is highly likely, then we'll flip it over to HDMI.
Got it.
All right. And Mr. Pritchett, anything before we bring the jury in, other than the usual?
Yeah, but the usual is like very intense on me right now,
Okay,
because like I said, I'm just not nowhere prepared to properly exercise the right cross-examination, being that I had, like I said, 5% maybe of, the discovery.
okay. Others might say you are uniquely qualified to conduct a cross-examination of this witness. So you've made your record and we're going to see how it plays out. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, so it's yours. RJ, press count.
Great, thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back. We have Ms. Riley still on the stand, and I'm now going to see if there's any cross-examination. And I'll start with you, Ms. Mignot. Any cross-examination of Ms. Riley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's do it.
Good morning, Ms. Riley.
Good morning.
My name is Marcia Mignot, and I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson, sitting here next to me at council table. I'm going to go directly to the questions you just answered. I'm going to be asking you some responsive questions. You just testified on direct examination that you knew my client, Tyrone Robinson, and you knew him as Baby Slat. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on November 16th of 2019, when you were interviewed by Detective Maldonado, you stated that you did not know Mr. Robinson?
That's correct.
And in fact, you also stated you didn't even know what his name was, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also stated that you did not know any of the people in the party other than Chris Riggs. You remember stating that to Detective Maldonado?
Correct.
And now today you have testified that you knew Mr. Hooper. Correct?
Correct.
So you were lying when you stated that you only knew Chris Riggs.
Yes.
As it pertains to the party, you told Detective Maldonado that both you and Lyndsey went to your friend's house, Sandy, the evening before November the 8th of 2019, correct?
That may be correct. I don't remember that.
You don't remember telling Detective Maldonado that you went to Sandy's house, and then after leaving Sandy's house, you decided to go to Young Band's house?
I lied a lot of that interview, so I would not deem that credible.
So you lied throughout the entire interview? Is that your testimony?
Initially,
You advised detective that Chris is a drug dealer. Do you remember saying that?
yes,
And you stated that there was lots of drugs and alcohol in the property, correct?
correct,
Now, when you arrived, you testified that you went upstairs, and when you were upstairs, I think you used the word lick or lift?
lift,
Okay, you lifted wax marijuana,
correct,
and that you hid the wax marijuana in Lyndsey's jacket because you had taken Lyndsey's jacket.
correct.
Now, we don't see anything on what was played this morning where you were taking Lyndsey's jacket, correct?
Well, in the video of me running away from the house, I had on her jacket.
But prior to you going into the house, you did not have on the jacket.
Correct,
Now, when you went upstairs, Rebecca went upstairs with you, right?
who's Rebecca?
Okay. Was there anybody else at the party, another female at the party, other than you and Lyndsey?
Yes,
Do you know what that female's name is?
I do not.
Did any female go upstairs with you?
I don't recall.
When you went upstairs to get the drugs, who was upstairs with you?
Initially, it was Chris, and then I was by myself.
When you said Chris, there were a couple Chris's. Which Chris?
Oh, sorry, Riggs.
So did you go upstairs with Chris Riggs, or you went upstairs by yourself?
I went upstairs and Chris was upstairs, and then I stayed up there by myself.
So when you went upstairs, Chris was already up there.
Yes,
And when you got upstairs, Chris came back downstairs and left you upstairs.
correct,
And you were the only person upstairs at the time with the drugs.
correct,
You told Detective Maldonado that you saw a girl snorting stuff at the party. Do you remember saying that?
I do, yes.
Was that girl Lyndsey snorting stuff?
No,
And there were only 3 girls there, right?
including myself?
Including yourself.
Correct.
Detective Maldonado asked you why you didn't call the police after the incident. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you advised him that if you were a drug dealer, you wouldn't want the police called on you. You remember saying that?
yes,
And you didn't call the police because you were concerned that Chris Riggs and the other individuals there would have been arrested for having illegal drugs on the property, right?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember saying that you wouldn't call the police if you were a drug dealer?
No, I don't remember saying that.
Your Honor, I am at that place where
She doesn't recall saying it. So tell me what you think the next step is.
I do have a recollection I can refresh.
And you can do that without the jury seeing and hearing it?
Not because of the format it's in.
All right, Mr. Abate, how would you like to proceed?
I have headphones if she'd like to put them into her computer.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to excuse the jury for each time we're refreshing her recollection. So I don't know we could try headphones if you've got a laptop or what.
I can get another laptop here.
Okay, we have a bunch of laptops. So we already lent one to the accused.
We could lend one to her.
Okay,
Just for this witness.
correct.
I want to be clear, we're refreshing her recollection as to,
Yeah, ask your question again, please, about, she did say, I don't recall. I just didn't, I'm not remembering what it is she doesn't recall, because I also want to make sure it's material.
If I was a drug dealer I do not want the police called. She said that. So I'm asking her, isn't it true you said that? And her response was, I don't recall. So I'm about to refresh her.
Is it possible you said that to Detective Maldonado?
It's possible. I just didn't recall. at the
Okay.
moment.
She can play it.
Just play it out loud? Okay, if you want to play that one out loud.
But also, she was out of the house and I was also out of the house. We didn't know that they were gonna call the police. Because they had drugs and alcohol everywhere. Like, we didn't know that was what was gonna happen.
Well, I mean, when you called, you got.
If I was a drug dealer and I had drugs and alcohol, I don't know if I would call, but I also.
Miss,
Stop.
So what we just heard is a mischaracterization of what the question was. It wasn't, it was, she was explaining why they didn't call the police, not why she didn't call the police. But I'll withdraw my objection. We can move.
Okay, all right, but let's make sure, if you're asking her to recall what she said, was it in response to a question? Who is it who wouldn't call? Because I don't know that we should have received that context, but getting that context was actually helpful to see why those words came out of her mouth. The jury's heard them and we'll move forward.
now you testified on direct examination this morning that you gave your phone to the police.
Correct.
Isn't it true that you gave your phone to the police after you were provided a subpoena for the phone?
Well, I went to the interview and they asked me what kind of phone I had. And no, that was not, well, they asked for my phone. They gave me a subpoena and I handed my phone, but I was still questioned after that.
Right, but my question to you is, you turned over the phone to law enforcement after law enforcement gave you the subpoena and said, give us the phone.
Correct.
Now, you advised Officer Maldonado that you did not know who the second male was that was with both you and Lyndsey, and someone you referred to as Rick. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And you also were in the room with Investigator Maldonado when he showed you the cell phone and asked you, was this the person? He pulled up his cell phone and showed you and said, is this the person we're talking about?
Okay, yes.
Now, let's talk about how many times you have been to the Mayfair property that is depicted in the photograph you identified this morning. How many times prior to November the 8th had you been to the Mayfair condominium?
No times.
So this was your first time at Young Band's home?
Correct.
But you had known Young Bands prior to that day, approximately a year?
Correct.
And when you met Young Bands the year before, you had never met my client, Mr. Robinson, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, your statements to Detective Maldonado was you had no idea who my client was, even the night of November the 8th, 2019. Correct?
Correct.
Now, you originally stated that the phone that was left in your car was your phone, correct?
It was Lyndsey's phone.
But when you were first speaking with investigators, Maldonado to be specific, you advised him that you had gone to your phone, to your car, because your phone battery was dead.
Yes, I did say that.
And you didn't tell him at that time that the phone that was in the car was Lyndsey's phone, right?
Correct.
But today you're telling us that the phone's now switched and it's no longer your phone that was in the car because the battery was dead, but Lyndsey's phone was in the car.
Correct.
Now, you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Hiles, the prosecutor in this case, about the circumstances after you were arrested, correct?
Correct.
And after you were arrested, Mr. Hiles asked you about Baby Slat and his participation in the November 8th, 2019 incident, right?
Correct.
And you then changed your story, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified that you got Snapchat notifications from Chris Riggs to Lyndsey's phone that notified you all of the November 8th, 2019 party. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
And that Snapchat goes out to more than one person, correct?
No, it was a direct message to Lyndsey.
Okay. So you don't know how many people other than Lyndsey was invited to the party.
Correct.
And the pictures you looked at showed money and drugs, correct?
Yes.
And based on your testimony that you are familiar prior to this incident with gang activity or gangs, you know that if you post some type of Snapchat like that to someone who is in a gang or someone who wants to commit a robbery, they can come to your party and rob you, right?
Could you rephrase that question?
So if you don't know who it's posted to, and based on your knowledge of gang, you said you were part of the gang, right?
Okay.
You testified to that this morning, that you're part of the gang?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge, if you post money and drugs to a gang member, they might decide to come and rob you, right?
I'm gonna object this to cause for speculation.
How is that not speculation?
Yana, I'm asking her based on her knowledge and experience of how gangs operate, since she said she's a member of the gang.
So as I understand it, she got involved with whatever she got involved with on or around the 7th. And so you're asking her, as a gang expert on the 8th, isn't this what would happen? So I'm thinking that it would call for speculation as to what she thought then, maybe what she would think now. She's testified about what her life has been like since November 8th, 2019, but on November 8th, I don't believe the record establishes that on November 8th or November 7th, 2019, she would be in a position to do anything other than speculate to the answer of your question. I may have misunderstood your question, but I thought you were wanting her to comment on, at the time that Snapchat thing went out, wouldn't you be thinking about X and Y and Z because you're in a gang? And I think that question calls for speculation. If I misunderstood your question, then just ask it in a slightly different way. And it may be that it doesn't.
My question came from, Your Honor, and the record may have something different. Her direct examination where counsel asked her, was that her first time? And she had said no.
Her first time going to, I can't remember they're not called parties. They're called kick events? Kickbacks. It wasn't your first kickback.
No.
Okay.
Okay. And I believe the question was also first experience with gang.
Why don't you explore that? I don't
Okay.
think that, I don't think there's a foundation for her to answer the question the way you asked it. You may be able to lay it.
Then I'll go. Prior to November 7th, you had hung out with gang members before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, You had met several of them almost a year before the November 8th, 2019 incident.
Correct.
You've hang out at parties with them. You've seen how they operate in the community, right?
Yes.
In fact, I believe some of your testimony was you thought that lifestyle was fun, right?
Correct.
All right. So you would have knowledge based on your experience prior to November 8th with gangs of how you have seen them operate.
Correct.
So let me ask my question again. If someone is posting like Chris Riggs did in a Snapchat to someone who is a gang member that they have money and drugs, that could be a target for a gang member to rob them, right?
I'm gonna check. It's speculation and Snapchat disappears. You can't post.
That's a speaking objection, Your Honor. And
We all seem to engage in that, but I'm gonna allow her to answer the question, if you understand it.
I really don't understand the question.
I'll move on. Today, you told this jury that it was Tyrone Robinson and Maxx Pritchett that was supposed to go to the party with us. You remember that testimony?
They did go to the party with us.
Okay. You said Tyrone Robinson and Maxx Pritchett, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on November the 16th, 2019, when you spoke to Detective Maldonado, you told him you had no idea who the second person who you're now alleging to be Tyrone Robinson was?
I was lying during that interview.
Oh, so you did know the name during that interview?
I didn't know his name, but I know who he is.
Okay. So as it pertains to your testimony that Tyrone Robinson, you didn't know that name on November 8th, 2019, right?
I didn't know either's full name.
Okay. And you didn't know the name Maxx Pritchett either? Is that your testimony?
Correct.
Now, you figured out those names after your interaction with law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was this entire incident, robbery, fiasco, harm to individuals on November the 8th, 2019 was your idea.
Correct.
Isn't it true that that's why Young Bands blocked you from messaging him after he found out you were engaged in this type of conduct?
No, that is not why he blocked me.
But he did block you.
He did.
You all were even worried that all of Young Band's friends would also not want to have anything to do with you all.
It was about receiving money. It was not about worrying whether or not they were going to talk to us.
You had correspondence with Lyndsey in the exhibits that came in this morning that said, thank goodness Rick and Slap did not block me. Did you see that this morning that counsel showed to you?
I did.
And isn't it true that you all were concerned, meaning you and Lyndsey were concerned that you would not be able to engage in what you considered the lifestyle you're interested in if the friends of Young Bands was also upset with you?
It wasn't an upset thing. Like I said, it was just a money concern.
Okay, so you were bothering them for money.
They robbed the party, and the drugs from the party we were supposed to get proceeds from. So that was the concern.
Okay, so you were asking them for money.
Yes.
And them specifically being Young Bands.
Yes.
And when you asked Young Bands for money, he blocked you.
Correct.
Now, Young Bands is not my client, correct?
Correct.
You testified this morning that part of the plan for the November 8th robbery was to have guns. Do you remember that testimony?
Correct.
You never said that prior to today's testimony, correct?
I have in my interviews.
Okay. And you've said it after you were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And during your interview on November the 16th of 2019 with Detective Maldonado. You never said anything about guns, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, both you and Lyndsey specifically said, oh, we did not see any guns with the two people that was in the car with us.
How's she gonna know what Lyndsey said?
Did you have conversations with Lyndsey?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, Lyndsey is going to be called as a witness in this case.
Okay, so we'll ask Lyndsey when she's here.
Let me change my question for you. In terms of your communication with Detective Maldonado, guns were never mentioned that you had knowledge of.
Correct.
And in fact, the information you provided to Detective Maldonado was that Mr. Robinson was not part of the plan, correct?
I didn't say that.
You never said that.
I don't recall.
Did you ever say Mr. Robinson was part of the original plan to rob your friends at the or Chris Riggs at the November 8th party?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you ever say that Mr. Robinson was part of the conspiracy, plan, arrangement to commit the robbery on November the 8th of 2019?
Say to whom?
Say to Detective Maldonado.
Not initially.
And the first time you said that was after you were in trouble, right?
Correct.
And in custody, right?
Correct.
Because you're trying to save yourself.
Yes.
Now, you testified this morning that you did not see when any males entered the AirBNB on November 8th. You remember that testimony?
Correct.
So isn't it true that you don't know who those two men were that went into that house?
I do, because they came back into my car.
Okay. And as it pertains to your role, you don't know what happened inside the house because you told Detective Maldonado you had already gone to your car, right?
Yes.
You testified this morning that you know that the phones and wallets were taken from the individuals inside the party. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You made that statement, although you also testified that you were not aware that anyone was injured.
I was not at the time.
And in fact, when you were told about the phones and the wallets, you would have also been told that I hit somebody in the head, right?
I believe that's up to whoever said it. That doesn't mean that they just said that they hit somebody.
Okay.
If there was phones and wallets.
So you didn't hear anything about anybody saying they hit anybody?
No.
Isn't it true the only reason you're telling this jury that you didn't see anybody get injured or you didn't know anybody get injured is to once again save yourself?
No, I didn't see anybody get injured.
And you didn't see anybody's phone or wallets get taken either, did you?
I did not.
You don't have any text messages on November 8th, 2019 to my client, Mr. Robinson, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any text messages to my client, Mr. Robinson, on November 9th, 2019, correct?
Correct.
Now, counsel showed you State's Exhibit 23B, and you were looking at text messages dated April the 12th of 2019 this morning. Did you recall seeing those?
April the 12th?
Correct.
Okay, correct.
That was way before the date of the incident, right?
Correct.
You stated that you were lying throughout your entire interview with Detective Maldonado. You remember that statement?
Yes.
So how will this jury know when you're not lying?
I'm being truthful now. I'm not sure how to answer that question.
They don't know. do they?
Correct. Correct.
Opposing counsel asked you a question this morning. You were offered and received that there were no deals, no talks of deals for you to receive, correct?
Correct.
And you also told this jury that you're facing the exact same charges as these two individuals sitting here today, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you received immunity in this case?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may. You and Mr. Bate have the ability to do that.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, Defendant's Exhibit 16.
Do you have an exhibit list?
I have a courtesy copy.
I don't need the exhibit. I just need an exhibit list. Sounds like we'll get one. You keep going, but let's just make sure, because 16 tells me there's 1 through 15. It's just be helpful to have a list so I can keep track.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But Defendant Robinson 16 is presently in front of Ms. Riley.
Your Honor, Defendant's 16 is a certified.
Shouldn't tell me what it is. It's not in evidence yet. I'm just making sure we call it Defendant Robinson 16. We've got two defendants here. So this is Defendant Robinson 16. Before you go any further, Mr. Abate.
I'm going to object as it relates to the foundation that's been established for this exhibit as it relates to immunity. She said no. I understand she's attempting to impeach her, but this is I don't have a speaking objection. But
No, well, right now, it's just in front of this witness. We shouldn't talk about its contents, but Ms. Mignot can ask this witness, do you recognize this? Does this, so we're not at a point yet to say it's coming in or its contents can be shared. It's Ms. Mignot is making a clear record that the thing known to the lawyers as Defendant Robinson's Exhibit 16 is now in front of Ms. Riley.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, are you complete with reviewing Defendant Robinson's 16? And if you need more time to look over it, just let me know.
Yes.
You need more time to look over it?
No, I don't.
Do you recognize it?
I do not recognize this.
Is it a document regarding you?
Well, she doesn't recognize it, so we're done with that inquiry with this witness.
Okay, so Your Honor, we may need to approach. This is a document that is
Okay. And in what way is it self-authenticating?
It's certified court records.
Okay.
And under the rules of
But
evidence.
she doesn't recognize it. So what's your next question going to be? She says, I don't know what this is.
Okay.
We can make it part of the record. I'm fine to say Defendant Robinson 15 is admitted to the record. Whether the jury sees it or not, TBD, but let's 100% make it part of the record. It's in. This witness has just said, I don't recognize this. So what's your next question about that without getting into its contents?
Okay. You received immunity in this case, didn't you, Ms. Riley?
I was not aware of this.
Are you aware now after reviewing the document?
Yes.
Okay. You received immunity, correct?
Yes.
And you received immunity regarding every conduct that you had in this case.
objection, that's mischaracterization.
You can be careful here because that's not how immunity works. It relates to testimony and testimony only, and that's not how you just phrased
I can
it.
rephrase it, Judge.
Let's be careful about how we do this and keep it at the layperson level, not the lawyer level, but also make it accurate because it doesn't have to do with conduct other than the conduct of testimony.
You received immunity regarding your testimony against my client in this case. Correct?
Correct.
And you received immunity to provide the testimony that you are providing today. Correct?
Yes.
So when you testified this morning that you're only testifying because you regret doing what you did and because people got hurt, there was another motive as to why you testified today, right?
No.
You're going to be saved by immunity regarding your testimony.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to interrupt you. I need to tell you how immunity works, and you'll get an instruction on this in the jury charge. Immunity is simply what you say under oath can't be used against you later. That's all it means. It doesn't mean you won't be prosecuted for what you've been charged with. It does mean that what you say under oath cannot be used against you in that prosecution. Full stop. Continue your questioning.
May I have a moment here?
Sure.
Ms. Riley, when you spoke with Detective Maldonado, you asked him, what can I do to get out of this, didn't you?
Yes.
And part of what you can do to get out of this is testify in this case, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Mignot. I'm going to turn now to the accused. Sir, do you have questions for Ms. Riley?
I do.
Okay, if you'd come.
I do need I need a minute to fully, I guess, finish what I can. Cause like I said, this is my first time seeing what I haven't even seen, you know, something.
Okay, if you have questions, now is the time to ask them. You can bring your papers up to the podium, but now isn't the time to tell me about what you don't have because you've chosen to represent yourself on the eve of trial. If you would like to ask questions of Ms. Riley, this is your opportunity to do so. And if you're going to, I'd ask you to come to the podium with whatever materials you want to bring with you.
I was finally asking, can I get a minute to finish gathering?
Sure, I'll give you 2.
Just 2 minutes.
You asked for 1, I gave you double what you asked for.
Can I ask again? Can I please get 10 to 15 minutes?
That's not how this works. I'll give you a couple minutes if you want, but I need you to go to the podium and ask whatever questions you think are legally proper questions for Ms. Riley.
you know, while we're waiting, was 16 admitted?
16's the letter?
It's certified. 16.
Yes, no, it is admitted as part of the record, so you'll want to get, I guess it's with, it can stay right there. But when we're done with Ms. Riley, we'll make sure as defendant Robinson 16, it's made part of the record. You bet. And I got a copy of the exhibit list. I'll print that out during the break, so we're good to go. All right, sir, I'm gonna ask you to come to the podium now. You've had several minutes to further prepare your line of questioning for Ms. Riley. So if you would like to pursue that line of questioning, if you would gather up your papers and come to the podium.
I appreciate the time.
You're welcome.
Please, I just ask everybody to bear with me if I tend to stop while I talk and, you know, gather my thoughts.
Okay, well, whenever you're ready to start with the first question.
You testified earlier that, personally, let me go back. You recall your interview with Detective
Maldonado.
Maldonado? You recall that interview?
Yes.
And it's safe to say we can break that interview into two parts. One part where you said you lied, and the second part where you testified today that you took that opportunity to tell the truth. We can break that interview down into two parts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall on the first part, again, just to clarify again, that's where she testified that she lied. On the first part of the interview, can you recall telling the detective that it was just you and Lyndsey in the car going to the party?
Yes.
And do you recall now, if I'm jumping around, please bear with me. Like I said, the interview is two parts, but can you recall in the second part of the interview stating to the detective after he asked you why you were driving with no lights on, that you said there was no explanation for why you were driving with no lights because there was nobody else in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And again, that was on the second part of the interview where you testified today that you were telling the truth.
I was not telling the truth during that interview.
Okay. You testified earlier, though, that you took that second opportunity to tell the truth, though, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Before you go any further, I'm a little confused. How many interviews, like separate sit downs, did you have with Detective Maldonado?
So I had one initial interview when he subpoenaed my phone.
Hmm.
And then after he let me leave, he called me back in with, I believe there was a sergeant present, and then conducted another interview with the sergeant present.
Same day, several days later?
Same day.
Same day?
Yes.
So you met with Detective Maldonado twice on the same day?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were responding to the accused's question about really divide the interviews into two, not telling the truth, telling the truth, is there also that divide by time? In other words, the first time you sat down with him, not truthful, the second time you sat down with him on the same day, truthful, or that's not the divide you would draw?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Sorry, Mr. Pritchett.
And do you recall on the second part of the interview do you recall you stating to the detective that the males followed you from the previous location you were at before the party?
I don't recall saying that.
And do you recall again in the second part of the interview, telling the detective that you did not know or see that the males had any guns?
Correct.
Again, on the second interview where you testified, you took the opportunity to tell the truth. Do you remember telling the detective, it's quoted verbatim, that you genuinely could not say who the males were?
I recall.
And also in that same second truthful interview, do you remember a second time where once asked by, I believe his specific name was Nap, he asked if you knew the names of the males, and do you recall you stating that you did not know their names or Instagram?
Correct.
Do you also recall, this is at the end of that interview, that second truthful interview, do you recall telling the detective that you were at a teammate Sandy's house prior to the party and stated the incident was planned after leaving her house?
I don't recall that.
Again, focusing on the truthful interview, the second part. Do you recall in that interview telling the detective that you had not had a conversation with the males before that day, nor after?
What was the question?
Do you recall telling the detective that you had not had a conversation with neither of the males before that day, nor after that day of the incident?
I don't remember saying that.
Did you have any contact with any of those males before that day or after that incident day?
After what incident day?
The incident that has allegedly happened on 1040 Wiley Street. Did you have any contact with those males before that day or after that day? Any conversations, I would say, actually.
No.
Okay. You're currently incarcerated right now, correct?
Correct.
How long have you been incarcerated?
11 months.
Now, were you incarcerated from the start with these new charges, or were you ever granted a bond?
I was granted bond.
Okay. Do you remember your bond hearing?
I do.
And do you remember stating and telling the court that you were granted immunity from prosecution on this case regarding 1040 Wiley Street. And that was the reason why you actually got that bond.
During the bond hearing? I don't, that's not correct.
I would just like to, I guess, possibly refresh her memory or,
If there's something you think if she looked at would help her, this is in response to the question you just asked about
Yes,
discussing
about-
immunity at the bond hearing?
yes,
Okay, there's something you could hand to the deputy. He can get that to Ms. Riley. Just indicate to the deputy what part of that document you'd like Ms. Riley to read. And share it with, deputy, if you'll share it with Mr. Abate on your way up there. No, you're good, Mr. Pritchett, but which part, that looks like 2 pages. Which part in particular? So not your witness?
He can ask.
Right, I mean, he could hand her a piece of paper that says hello on it, and that may refresh her recollection. So if Deborah, you could indicate the area that Mr. Pritchett indicated as the area of interest for Ms. Riley to read. Oh, it's circled. All right, read the circled area. You just read that to yourself, Ms. Riley, and then when you're done reading, look back up at the person asking you questions, please.
Okay, so what was the question?
was there anything spoken about immunity in your bond hearing?
So your question before was, did Ms. Riley say something about immunity? You're welcome to change your question, but that's not what you asked before.
Well, my question specifically before, I was just trying to, help you out, give you a better understanding. My question specifically before was pertaining to the statement on that certified document, which is a motion.
So don't talk about what the document is. That's not in evidence, but it's something that we've let Ms. Riley look at because you were looking at it.
It says that.
Don't talk about what that says either. Do you want Ms. Riley to answer your first question, which is, did Ms. Riley say things about immunity at her bond hearing? Or your second question, which is, were things said about immunity at your bond hearing? 2 different things. I just want to know which one it is.
Can we get an answer to both?
Sure. Which one do you want to start with?
The first one.
All right. So ask that again.
Miss Riley, again, did you ever claim in that bond hearing to anybody, the court or public official, that you were granted immunity from the prosecution from this case?
So are you referring to in 2019 or this is 2023?
Well, you were granted bond in what year were you granted bond?
I was granted bond twice, once in 2019 and this is from 2023.
Okay, yes. So that's referring to 2023, but it's stating, well, no.
So don't go to what it states, but I'm now a little confused. So whatever you've been looking at relates to things that may or may not have happened at your more recent bond hearing as a result of the arrest you told the jury about, where you were in a car and drugs.
Correct.
Not this case, a different case.
Yes.
Okay, so are you asking about that second bond hearing for the new set of charges? Or are you asking about the original bond hearing where we know she got bond, she talked about it, she was on house arrest, et cetera?
For the new charges.
Okay.
Because the understanding that I'm having is that at that bond.
Okay, we don't need to share your understanding with anyone. So I'm gonna intercede here. At the bond hearing you had last year concerning your new charges, did you say anything to the court about, it wasn't me, about you and immunity?
Yeah, there was some miscommunication between, I had a public defender at that time, public defender. And I had discussed some things with him, but he said immunity. It was just a miscommunication.
So your lawyer at the time, who's not the lawyer here in court, but was
Correct.
temporarily your lawyer for purposes of that bond hearing, made some representation to a judge, not me, about you and immunity.
Correct.
Okay.
So you told your public defender at the time that you had immunity.
No, there was miscommunication between us.
So we gotta be careful. I'm gonna let you follow this up, but what a client says to her lawyer is privileged. And I'm not finding right now that Ms. Riley has waived any privilege. So I'm just cautioning you, I may stop one of your questions if it's, hey, tell me what you were talking to your lawyer about. That's not a space that we get to explore. Okay?
Would you mind explaining the miscommunication, or would you rather just not speak on that communication?
Hold on.
I'm gonna object to relevance at this point.
Okay, tell me the relevance. Assume for a moment that the lawyer who temporarily represented Ms. Riley said to the magistrate judge who was hearing this bond hearing last year, assume that that lawyer said, oh, Ms. Riley has immunity. What's the relevance to her testimony and this trial?
Because she stated that she did not have immunity, or she wasn't promised anything. And so I was just trying to clarify, if at one point, did she have immunity or believe she had immunity?
Okay, but ask that then. Ask Ms. Riley her understanding of when she had immunity for what. That's already been explored, and you're welcome to explore it as well. I just need you to stay away from what she and her lawyer at that time may have been discussing.
Were you ever promised immunity from prosecution of this case?
I'm a little bit confused here because this is showing immunity, but this saying I'm falsely claiming immunity.
So really less about the document that that the person asking you questions just shared with you. And we've waded into an area that in some ways isn't fair you have to talk about because you're not a lawyer. But why don't you share with the jury what your understanding the state has promised you, if anything, about whether you'd be prosecuted for what you allegedly did, and whether you could be prosecuted for what you say in court under oath. Two different things.
So to my understanding, I am allowed to testify without it being used against me. That's all that I'm aware of. As far as everything else, charges and stuff, I still face the same consequence.
Okay. How long have you known young man?
Well, I knew him for about a year in before 2019
And how did you meet him?
through Instagram.
How would you describe you and his relationship?
Friends.
Okay. Friends, just friends, or friends with benefits?
Friends with benefits.
So you've previously, in your interactions with young bands, had sexual encounters with him?
Yes.
Has he ever promised you or gifted you anything after these sexual encounters?
No. How did you find out the people at the party that were said to be injured? How did you find out that these injuries occurred?
Did you see them?
No, I didn't see them. The police showed me a photo of one of the men and told me what happened to him.
Did you see any of the males enter the house?
No.
You stated in, I believe it was the second part, yes, the second part of your interview with detective. You stated that when you arrived, you saw about 3 or 4 people walking on that same or near street. Is that, do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. You stated earlier that you believed the defendant, or no, you believed the person you know as Rick to be part of a gang.
Correct.
What evidence do you have to prove that you know Rick is a part of YSL?
Just Instagram photos and gang signs, stuff like that.
Can you describe the Instagram photos you're talking about?
There's one of a green slime flag, as well as the slime gang sign thrown up, as well as emojis representing slime that says slime love all the time, which is slat, which is a slime lingo thing. So all that.
Okay. At this moment, I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Abate, do you have any redirect for Ms. Riley?
Can I get that document back?
Yes, thank you. We'll get, Deputy, if you'll grab the unstapled document and get that to Mr. Pritchett. Thank you.
Very few couple of questions, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell the jurors, how did you meet, the person you knew as, Rick Rare?
I met him at a small gathering about a year before the robbery incident.
And, is Rick Rare the person that was just, in front of you asking questions?
Yes.
Okay. And, did you meet him through, your relationship with, Young Man's?
Correct.
Okay. And, can you tell the jurors, what was the common link, or was Young Man's how you met, the person you know as Dave Slash?
Correct.
Okay. And, is the person that you have identified as Baby Slat, is that the person sitting over there that you identified as Tyrone Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And are those two males that were in your Mercedes in the backseat on November 8th of 2019 when you drove to the Wiley Street party house?
Yes.
And when you told Detective Maldonado on November 16th that you didn't know the males in the car, was that a lie?
Yes.
And is that because, like you said, you were trying to minimize your role in what happened that night?
Yes.
And Mr. Howell is going to put State's Exhibit 23 back on the screen, and I just want to direct your attention just to 2 things. Do you see your message where it says me, can you ask Rick and Baby Slack where the money is? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And, who are you sending that to?
Lyndsey,
If you read to the jurors, it says, where it says delivered, what date was that delivered to, or delivered on?
November 10th, 2019.
So, your knowledge of the names Baby Slat and is or was your knowledge, which you can see on the screen before you, of the nicknames, Rick and Baby Slat before you were interviewed, by Detective Maldonado on November 16th of 2019.
Correct.
And defense counsel asked you a few questions about the phones and the wallets and the injuries inside the apartment, do you remember, or the home, do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember she asked you, isn't it true you didn't see anybody injured, right?
Yes.
And is that because you weren't in the apartment?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Was that because you weren't in the?
I don't think the tense matters, but it's not suggesting the answer. It's not saying, isn't this so? So overruled.
Was that, whatever it may be, because you were not in the home when the armed robbery went down?
Correct.
Did you actually physically see with your own eyes when you were driving your car, or when everybody got back in your car, both defendants throwing out phones and wallets from your windows?
Yes.
And I just want to explore real quickly. As it relates to immunity, yeah, you were arrested in this case, right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, were you indicted?
Yes.
And were you indicted with armed robbery, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, things that we talked about and heard about in the indictment today?
Yes, correct.
And as you sit here today, are you still charged with every one of those crimes?
Correct.
And is anyone, whether it be myself, Mr. Hiles, Ms. Green, Detective Maldonado, anyone told you that if you testify today, those charges will be reduced, dismissed, anything will happen to them?
No.
And, but are you testifying and telling what you've told the jury is the truth because you hope that that'll benefit you in the long run?
Yes.
But as you sit there today, you have no idea if that is the case.
Correct.
I don't have any further questions now.
Ms. Mignot, any recross of Ms. Riley?
Ms. Riley, counsel just asked you about Tyrone Robinson being known as Baby Slat. It's after you were rearrested that you on November 16, 2019 is when you started saying, and the investigator specifically, Maldonado, showed you a picture. You said, yes, Slat.
Yes.
Okay. And prior to the detective giving you information about Slat, you didn't say anything about Slat, correct?
Correct.
You were not, counsel asked you if you were not in the home when the robbery went down. You remember that question?
Yes.
You also didn't see when anybody went into the home to rob it, correct?
Correct.
And then he asked you about immunity. Immunity is regarding your testimony today, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you can say anything you want today, and it's not going to be prosecuted as it pertains to pointing at Mr. Robinson, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Pritchett, the accused, do you have any recross? It would be based on just the exchange we had with Mr. Abate and then Ms. Mignot, not other stuff.
You said, you testified that you stole drugs from 1040 Riley that time, correct?
Correct.
What did you see? What did the males have that you thought were obviously took from that apartment? Did you see anything? Because you stated in your interview that you saw there were no drugs.
Well, when we returned to the house at the Mayfair, The drugs were dumped onto the bed from the black backpack that was used to steal them.
You are familiar with the colors of YSL, correct?
Could you repeat the question?
You are familiar with the colors of YSL, correct?
Yes.
I have a picture I want to show.
Okay, what I'll ask you to do is hand it to the deputy so he can show it to Ms. Mignot and Mr. Abate. And then, if they don't have an objection to that, excuse me, we'll send it on up to Ms. Riley. I think you can show it to her. I'm not quite sure that your question won't get an objection, but now everyone's seen it. I'm gonna call this for right now, I put a name on it, so it's gonna be defendant Pritchett #1. If it gets admitted, it'll be there. You may not even want to admit it, because why don't you state what your question is about that picture? Don't answer it yet, Ms. Riley, because there may be an objection. What's your question about the picture that you have just asked to be presented to Ms. Riley?
The picture of those shoes and the official description of them says on that.
So don't testify about what's on there. We already know it's a picture of a shoe. What's your question about the picture of the shoe for Ms. Riley?
That same color of what you know to be YSL.
All right, any objection to that question?
Matt, it's not only objection, but she's testifying about something that's not been admitted into evidence. So I mean, he wants to say what the color is the color yellow a color of YSL? I think that would be fine, but the actual specific question about the shoe.
So, Mr. Pritchett, there is a photograph of shoes in evidence. I think it's state 16. Do you want us to put that up on the screen and ask, because your picture's not in evidence, and so her answer actually won't be relevant. She could say, yep, that matches, or it doesn't, but the jurors aren't gonna have that photo with them. There is a photo in evidence.
That photo was testified by Buckingham that.
He testified whatever he testified to. Would you like to ask this witness, Ms. Riley, about the shoes that are in that photo? The photo states 16, whatever number it is. Because I'm happy to require the state to put it up on the screen. Don't put it up yet. There it is. Would you like to ask her about those shoes? Because this isn't in evidence. If you can figure out how to get it into evidence, then you can ask her questions about it.
My second question is the color yellow that those shoes are associated with YSL?
Yes.
What other colors are associated with YSL?
Lime green.
And how is this association, how are they associated with YSL? Why are these colors associated with YSL? Being that you said you were a YSL member.
I don't think I implied I'm a YSL member.
I believe you said YSL associate. And you know a lot of YSL members.
So what's the question?
Question is, according to your knowledge of this game, how and why is the color yellow or green or whatever else colors you know associated with YSL? Why are they associated? What are the meanings behind it?
I don't know.
Now, you stated yellow and you stated lime green. What other colors are associated?
I don't know.
Why do you know lime green is associated with YSL?
Because that's the primary color that you see over the YSL logo.
How do you know yellow is associated with YSL?
Well, this certain particular color of yellow is slime green, yellowish. So that would be a color I see frequently.
Okay. All right. Jurors, do you have any questions for Ms. Riley? And if you do, write them down and get them to the deputy, please. We'll get it back. I will take those, and if you would get what Mr. Pritchett shared, we need to return that to him, those 2 pieces of paper. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch when we're done with Ms. Riley's examination. I haven't forgotten about lunch, but I would like to finish that so we have a natural break point. You're gonna get a little break right now because I need to share your proposed questions with all the participants. Once we've worked through those, we'll bring you back out here, do that final phase. I'll ask the questions that were proper. The lawyers, everyone will get a chance to follow up if they've got anything, and then it's lunch. I promise there'll be lunch. Go have a snack. Don't talk about the case.
All right, with yours.
Mr. Abate, if you'd come up right here, please. I'm going to give these to you as you get them, and then you and Ms. Mignot and Mr. Pritchett can review them. Thank you. Ms. Mignot, come on around and let's huddle up right over there. Yeah. Oh, sorry, last one. Thanks. I need one of you to get them back.
Oh.
Thanks.
I apologize.
It's okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Mr. Abate, I didn't see any issues with any of these. Any objection to any of these questions? Ms. Mignot.
No objection, John.
And
I
sir.
have one brief question before the go.
Yeah.
These are going into the record, correct?
Yes, I think I said it before, but let's be clear. Every single submission from the jurors, whether asked or not, will be a court exhibit. So the whole, that's why I number them. And so
I noticed the numbers.
yeah, I put those on. And that way, if there's an appeal, someone can say, well, the judge didn't ask number 29. But everything they hand in goes into the stack that I keep right here, whether asked or not. We're betting not quite 1,000, but much of what they've submitted, I've asked, but there are a few that haven't, but they will be made part of the record.
Thank you.
You bet. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I think I interrupted you before you finished.
Oh, yeah, okay. Did you have any objection to any of these questions? Nope. Thank you. You did.
All right, adjourned. I'll do it for the council.
Not quite done. Was it Chris Riggs? Was it Mr. Riggs who invited you two to the party?
Yes.
Did he know that you and Miss Kallish, or at least you, did he know that you were someone who associated with YSL members before he extended that invitation?
No.
Prior to November 8th, 2019, the night of the Wiley Street party, how many times had you been in the same space with the person you knew to be Rick Rare?
Just one other time.
Okay. I think you testified to that. That was a get together like a year before or something.
Yeah.
And how about the person you understood to be Baby Slat before the night of the party? How many times had you been in the same space with him?
I had never been with him prior.
Did you have a sense of whether Ms. Kallish had ever been in the same room with the person you knew as Rick Rare prior to the night of the party?
Yes, one other time.
Same time as you?
Yes.
So you two were together, you and Ms. Kallish, when you first met Rick Rare?
Yes.
Same question about the person you understood to be Baby Slat. Did you have any understanding as to whether Ms. Kallish had met Baby Slat before the night of the Wiley Street party?
No.
As in you don't have an understanding, or you don't believe she had met him?
I don't believe she had met him.
Okay. Did you and Ms. Kallish and Rick Rare and Baby Slat, maybe Young Bands, at Young Bands' place that night before you went to the party, talk about what would happen with what you lifted, what you stole?
No.
No plan about you get 1/3 share, he gets a 1/3 share?
No.
Can you share with the jury the best you remember about what Baby Slat and Rick Rare were wearing the night of the robbery?
I don't recall what they were wearing.
They did have clothes on.
They did have clothes on.
Okay. And you mentioned masks. Can you describe what you remember about the masks?
I believe one of them was like an animal looking mask, and then the other one, I can't recall what it was.
Other than drugs, and by that I mean the candy, the wax, all that kind of stuff, wallets and phones, was there anything else you remember that was taken from the Wiley Street address, either because you took it or when that backpack got emptied, that's what came out, or it's what was thrown out of your car?
I believe what was not mentioned was just a computer.
Computer like a big desktop or a laptop?
A laptop.
And where did you see that?
I think that they threw it outside the car when we got to the Mayfair.
So it was not in the black backpack?
It may have been, but I didn't see it in the backpack. I just saw it when it was out, being thrown out of the car.
I didn't ask that well. It wasn't what was dumped out onto the couch or bed or whatever inside the Mayfair?
Correct.
When you were inside 1040 Wiley, did you speak with anyone other than Mr. Hooper?
Yes, I spoke to Chris Riggs.
He was the guy who was upstairs when you went upstairs.
Correct.
Tell the jurors when in the sequence of events inside 1040 Wiley you got the white jacket, because we saw you go in, no white jacket, come out, yes, white jacket. When did you get the white jacket?
Well, I had stole the wax and I had put it in my shirt. So when I came downstairs and Lyndsey was there, I had asked her to give me the jacket, and then I put it on and then walked straight out.
Okay. You didn't linger with the jacket on?
Correct.
When you left the house wearing the white jacket, what was the plan as you understood it to be for Lyndsey to be able to get out of the house and leave with you?
Well, I was assuming that she would just leave with me at the same time, but she ended up going to the bathroom and came out at a later time.
Okay. I think you've described later you saw her on the street. She got in your car.
Yes, correct.
Everyone left. Okay. Are you aware from the times that you've seen the person you were calling Rick Rare and the person you were calling Baby Slat of any tattoos or marks on their bodies?
Not that I know of.
When you were speaking with Investigator Maldonado, you've talked about at first, not so truthful, later, maybe more truthful. Did you bring up to him the name Rick Rare, or did he bring that up to you?
I don't recall, actually.
Same question about Baby Slat. Did you volunteer the name Baby Slat, or did he say, do you know someone named Baby Slat, or words to that effect?
He said it to me first, for Baby Slat.
Okay. During the course of your answers to some of the questions today, you've said Tyrone Robinson and Maxx Pritchett. So given names rather than monikers. Did you know that the name Tyrone Robinson is in some way supposedly connected with Baby Slat? Or is that something that Investigator Maldonado or a prosecutor told you?
The investigator told me his real name.
Same thing about Rick Rare. Did you know that Rick Rare is allegedly associated with the name Maxx Pritchett? Or is that something Maldonado or one of his colleagues told you?
Officer Maldonado told me that.
Mr. Abate, do you have any questions for Ms. Riley based on that exchange?
Just one. Do you remember prior to arriving at the Mayfair, young bands DMing you that when you get there, Maxx will meet you in the lobby?
I don't recall that.
Okay, but if it's in your phone extraction, it would be something that you would have been
I
able
would
to.
object. I think that is outside of the questions that the jurors asked.
Nope, I disagree. You can keep going.
That's my last question. If it's found in your phone extraction, or excuse me, in your Instagram records, you wouldn't have had any ability to fabricate or.
Objection, Your Honor, that is bleeding.
Okay, so finish the question, but don't suggest the answer in the question. Don't answer the question until you finish it so that Ms. Mignot can reevaluate it.
If it's in your Instagram record, would you have any ability up until today to fabricate or add things into those records that were sent directly from Instagram?
Objection again, please.
Okay, overruled.
No.
No further questions?
Ms. Mignot, do you have any questions for Ms. Riley based on either what Mr. Abate just covered or what I covered with Ms. Riley?
No, Your Honor, we do now. Thank you.
All right, and same question for you, sir, the accused. Any follow-up for Ms. Riley?
No.
Okay, Ms. Riley, your testimony is complete. I'm going to ask you to stay right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break. It is somewhere around 12:55. It'd be great if we could do a 50-minute, 50-minute lunch, but I don't mean to compromise or truncate your needed break. You just have been getting some bonus breaks while we go through your good questions. But that way we'll get more done today. So if we were to reconvene at 1:40, would that be too soon for anyone? No? Let's do it 1:40. I'll make sure everyone here is back before then, and we'll have the next witness ready to go. Logistical question, sir.
You had said yesterday that this morning you would get a sense for how long they're on the trial. But you have a sense for that?
I do. You want it? I'll probably see you guys on Monday, but you committed to Monday. I will not see you on Saturday unless you're going to the Renaissance Festival where my kids are making me take them. I won't see you on Sunday. I won't be in circulation at all, but I've told the lawyers that that could be problematic because I qualified you all through Monday, but we all want to see this through, and I'll be giving you updates anytime you ask, and I may even volunteer them. But since it wasn't a happy update, I figured I'd wait till someone asked, and you asked. So I suspect that we will be spending some time together on Monday. The lawyers are working hard, as you know. This is important stuff, and these examinations are appropriately thorough. So I don't want to eat into any more of your lunchtime. 1:40 back here. We'll keep on trucking. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. Thank you so much.
All right, so adjourn.
Who will be your first witness after lunch?
It's gonna be, either Victor Connie or Chris Ray, so I'm gonna talk with them.
They'll be the next two witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll take care of them. I just want to make sure this way, everyone on the defense side has more time to prepare for what's coming. So I'm not asking you to map out the whole thing. Do you believe Ms. Kallish will be testifying today?
I do.
Okay, so let's all be thinking about being prepared for Ms. Kallish. We're not going to take a break when it's time for cross-examination, unless it's naturally time for a break. I'm not going to deny breaks, but if the natural flow is we go straight into cross-examination, that won't be a time to say, I need more time.
Yeah, we got the last two victims and then Ms. Kallish.
Okay, thank you for providing that preview. Anything else from the state that we need to cover?
I just want to ask do you have any comments on the edits of the video? Do I need to do anything else? Do we need more edits? I just want to make sure I get it to our IT guy when I have time.
Got it. And I do. I just didn't give them this morning because you weren't here. I wanted you to hear them. So I had a very helpful list from Team Robinson of areas, and it's accurate. At each of these moments, there is a kid somewhere. I find it to be incidental in the same way that a bird could fly by. The camera isn't focused on the kids. They're in the street. In some of the instances, the kids are fighting, as in like they're shoving each other. Someone's dancing and this and that. But I don't believe you need to make any more edits consistent with my original order on the 418 motion to what you shared in the Dropbox. You're free to make it shorter. Don't add anything back in, but you don't have to remove anything. I understand the concern. It's noted, it's preserved for the record. There will be flashes of, I don't know the age, a 6-year-old, an 8-year-old, because it's a street and there are people on the street, but I don't find that to be the focus of the video. I fully expect you will not pause it there, ask your gang expert, and is that proof of recruiting? Is that an 8-year-old there, anything like that? That would be inconsistent with my ruling. I would expect Ms. Mignot to jump up, move for a mistrial, and there'd be all sorts of problems. But if you're playing it through, pausing perhaps when there's slime green bandanas, or there's a whole lot of Mr. Robinson in it, pausing there. Who's that? Is that, what's that gun look like? That's all the reason why you're getting the 418 evidence in. It's not because of the little kid or two that are incidentally in the background. So that was a long answer to you don't have to make any changes, but it was a reminder that there needs to be no attention given or drawn to what will still be in there. Otherwise, it would be the choppiest video ever.
That's good, okay, and I will make sure to give very clear instructions to Mr. Miller that we are not to draw any attention to that if it stops.
I'm actually not worried about him doing that. I'm not worried about you doing it, but just don't. I mean, you wouldn't draw him there. I don't know how long you really are going to be talking about that video, but you'll cover it with him as you see fit. Ms. Mignot has won through her filing, so it's in the record that way, but by also having us go through this important conversation, preserved her client's appellate rights in connection with the fact that there will indeed be a couple snippets with little kids in the Guns Up video.
I do have one request today. I know we went late yesterday. I made sure we didn't start late today, but if we could leave at 5, I would like to get home. It naturally goes over.
We went late yesterday because we started late. We started on, and not through anyone's fault, it was structurally, because of drug court, we started at 12:30. The jurors committed to going till 6. Today is a 5 o'clock in time. If it's 4:55, it's 4:55. If it's 5:05, it's 5:05. Okay? Ms. Mignot, anything for Mr. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor. The document we gave you, can we make that an exhibit and place it into the record with the timestamps that, I mean, we still object to the entire video being played.
Understood. You've waived nothing.
Waive nothing, and if we can make that an exhibit, which would be DR.
The answer is yes, if you will either put a sticker on this one or get your own and put a sticker on that, and you put whatever number you want on it, and I will make it a part of the record, and it will be whatever number Ms. Blake affixes to it.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that to the copy we gave you.
Great, we'll do that.
Another issue is we have gone through tirelessly the video. I think it's a video or a PowerPoint collage for
Miller.
the gang expert. I am extremely concerned, and I think the court is gonna need some time for me to go through, I think it's 36 slides, for us to go through the 36 slides because of the inflammatory photographs that are in them.
Where do you think the photos come from?
One photo looks like an abandoned property.
Well, let me pause you. I didn't ask that well. Do you believe that some of the photos come from outside the discovery in this case?
Yes.
Sort of like with the cell phone expert, there was a cell tower, and I appreciate you it's a cell tower, but this is different.
Correct.
Okay. So we can start early tomorrow. Miller is not testifying today, so we can start early tomorrow, not use up the jury's time, and give you a chance to air those concerns. I'd like to get a copy of the PowerPoint. You can email it, make it a PDF, whatever's easiest for you. So I've gone through it, and that will make it a whole lot easier. So if Ms. Mignot says, I don't like the picture of the empty lot, and you say it's an empty lot, overruled, or I didn't like it either. So if you could get that to me at some point today.
I will, and if you want to point something out, and we can work it out together, and I'll swap photos, and we'll do that.
Even better, the more you all can reduce the amount that you need me to mediate. Okay? Rather than saving it all for the hearing we're gonna have, dump it on him, and he may say, oh, that's fine. I'll take, those 4 are coming out. And then we're down to 10 issues rather than 14.
Understood, Judge.
Okay,
We can do that.
all right, great.
If they are replaced, they're gonna be replaced with something that's coming in that wasn't discovery and it will change.
Just, that's a you and Ms. Mignot conversation, and again, you may not work it out, that's not a problem. This is gonna be defendant Robinson's 22, this being the list of timestamps from the Guns Up video that include some image or imagery of minors. Mr. Pritchett, anything we need to talk about before lunch break? No, sir. In fact, before the videos are played, I'll be giving the jury instructions that they are to consider them only as to Mr. Robinson. All right, let's take our lunch break.
Judge, is there a way I can meet Ms. Riley without creating a logistical nightmare?
There is. Let's let the, do you want to get the two, you're gonna crush someone's fingers. What's the best way to do that? Would we leave Ms. Riley right here for a couple minutes? So they could, I'll turn the microphone off. What's easiest for you, Deputy Gordon? Come in the back? Okay, so just sit tight and we'll get you in the back with Ms. Riley.
Thank you.
You bet. I'm gonna mute the microphone here. You're not gonna handle Kallish?
Not today.
There will We're doing this now, why? As opposed to during the lunch break?
Well, I've shown them before, and
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure, like, hey, this is what I'm showing again.
Well, not in this format, so we do have this discovery.
So we're not dealing with it now. Let's bring the jurors out. Don't use that with the next witness.
Well, oh, no. I'm
Good.
I'm not.
Okay, take a seat.
All right, adjourned. I'll do the president of the county for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. We are ready for another state's witness. Who will that be?
Vic McConaughey?
You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God. I do. Can you say this very name for the record?
My name is Vikyat Gatani.
Good afternoon, Mr. McConaughey.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Mr. Katani, what are you currently doing?
I currently work as an audio video technician and I do music production and DJing in my free time.
Okay. And as you're introducing yourself to the jury, did we talk about some movements you might have or some tics, just so the...
Yes, I suffer from Tourette's syndrome.
Okay. So any movements would be a result of...
Yes, the tics.
Okay. What were you doing back in 2019?
I was kind of shuffling between a couple of positions that I was working. I'd actually just started a potential prospective job with Costco, and I was also doing some freelance DJing in my spare time.
How would you be hired in the UK?
Typically it was through referrals or websites like Nextdoor or Thumbtack or word of mouth through family, friends and such.
Okay. Were you hired to DJ a party on November 19th at November 7th and 8th, 2019 at 1040 Wiley Street?
I was.
Okay. And did you DJ that party?
I did.
Okay. Who hired you to DJ the party?
Chris Riggs.
Okay. And how did you know Riggs?
Just as a friend.
Okay. And do you remember the rate or what you charged back then?
I do not recall.
Okay. What time did you end up getting to that party?
I think I got there to set up around 9 p.m.
9 p.m.?
Yeah, but that's just a rough estimate.
What do you recall about the events of that night? Let's just get straight to the point.
So I do recall pulling up to the party and setting up my equipment. We were socializing and discussing, having fun. I was DJing for some time, And then kind of later on into the night, I do remember that there were two armed gunmen who basically entered the residence, and they went around and started assaulting people and stealing stuff from us.
Okay. Now, at this time, were you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
I was not.
Were you aware of any sort of drugs that may or may not have been present at the party?
I was not.
Were you there to hang out with people or just to DJ?
Primarily to DJ, but I had brought one of my friends as well just to socialize.
Okay, and which friend would that be?
Christian Hooper.
Okay. Outside of Hooper and Riggs, did you know anybody present at that party?
I did not. Sorry.
Okay. And at what point in the night do you remember these armed gunmen coming in?
I can't recall an exact time, but it was towards the latter half of the event.
Okay. Did you notice anything prior to the gunmen coming in?
I did notice that two Caucasian females were in the household, and they were, not there initially during the party. They had come at some point, and then they had left.
Okay. Did you know those females?
I did not.
Okay. Did you notice anything about their behavior that came to your attention?
Nothing too out of the ordinary, but it did kind of stand out to me.
Okay. Why?
The way they were dressed, as well as just the timing of when they entered and left.
Okay. What about the timing when they entered and left seems off to you?
The fact that everyone else was kind of hanging out throughout the event, and they kind of just came and left inconspicuously.
Okay. So I'm going to direct you to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 9. Can you see the picture on the screen in front of you?
I can.
Okay. And do you recognize this living area?
I do.
Okay. And what do you recognize this living area to be?
This was where I was knocked unconscious from severe head trauma from a blow to the head by a gun.
So if you, on the bottom here, you just tap your screen. On the bottom left-hand side, there should be a stylus that you can circle areas on the.
Okay.
So can you show were you set up to DJ in this room?
Not in this room, no. It was near the kitchen area.
Can you just draw an arrow as to where that would have been?
I believe it was around that way.
Okay. And then you should see a little ability at the bottom to delete that.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, there's a way to change the color.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's the red dot.
Mhm.
Tap that red dot. Pick
Sure.
the color other than there's a lot of red on the page. So if you pick a blue or a green, that may stand out more.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
I gotta delete every.
Okay.
All right. Where were you sitting? Where were you in this area when the gunman came?
I was towards the front door. I was probably around this way. I was the one closest to the front door.
Okay. You can remove that X or arrow.
Oh. Okay.
And what did you recognize these people who came in?
I could not.
Okay, do you loosely remember what they were wearing?
They were wearing Halloween masks, and they were wearing full sleeve clothing.
Okay. and were they armed?
They were.
Okay, do you remember what the guns looked like?
They were fairly large, not pistols, but they were submachine guns, I believe. I do not remember like specifics other than that.
Okay. And was there any demands made of these intruders?
So as soon as they walked in, I turned around and said, "What?" And one of them said, "Get down." And then I was struck and I fell backwards onto the couch. Again, it was a little hard to remember since it's been a while, but I do remember them demanding that we surrender our belongings and so forth.
Okay. And do you have any personal property that was taken from you?
Yes, my wallet, and I believe that was it.
Now, after you said you were hit and you fell on the couch, were you struck any more times?
Yes, that was the initial blow. The second and more intense, severe blow was, excuse me, when they had finished kind of going around to other people, one of them came up to me and was trying to scuffle to reach to my pockets. I was on the ground, kind of curled up in a ball, and they kind of lifted me up and by my hair and dealt a blow like that to me with the firearm.
Okay. And what sort of injuries did that cause?
Immediately I felt the most excruciating pain I've ever felt in my life, and there was bleeding everywhere from my head. I had a split skull, fractured skull, severe head trauma, concussion, and I ended up blacking out due to the blood loss you can see there.
Did you have do you have any permanent scar or any scarring?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and where would that scar?
Right here, I have a scar on my skull,
Okay.
my scalp here.
Where you're touching your shoulder, can you feel that? scar
Yes.
when you touch yourself
Mhm.
there?
Yeah.
If you were to shave that part of your head or.
Yes, definitely a scar there.
You need to not talk over each other, so make sure he finishes before you start up.
I apologize.
That's okay.
When you cut your hair close, or do a close cut, is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Now, where were you when you were struck? You said you were struck repeatedly. The second time, where were you standing at this point?
I was not standing. I was pretty much on the ground, again, kind of curled up in a ball and just sitting upright when they struck me on the head. And this was, I would say, towards this direction.
Okay. When you fell to the ground, was that in that frame?
I can't really recall clearly.
Guess you just told me blacked out.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you, which has previously been shown as States Exhibit 17 and 18. Please look at these two photographs and tell me if you recognize those photographs.
I do.
Okay. Are those photographs true and complete depictions of you on November 8th, 2009?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibits 17 and 18 into evidence.
Ms. Mignot, any objection to state 17 and 18?
No objection.
And the accused, any objection? They're admitted.
So did you seek treatment after these injuries?
Yes. After I was able to collect my laptop and a few of my belongings that were remaining, I exited the premises and there was an ambulance outside. They immediately started to take care of me and ushered me to the hospital, where I underwent some surgery and I guess staples or stitches to try to, stop the severe bleeding and get me in, manageable shape.
Okay. If you'll just remove the arrow for me, please.
Sure.
Now, can you tell me where this picture was taken?
This was in the ambulance.
And was this directly after you exited the house?
Yes.
Is that a close-up of the laceration to your head?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you ever tell me that you struggled with balance issues after this incident?
I would say for at least a few weeks, yes.
Okay. What sort of issues, which sort of issues did you deal with, in the weeks, months, and year after this incident?
Severe PTSD, brain fog, overall just fear and extreme depression.
What about any physical manifestations?
The concussion lasted for a decent bit of time. I can't recall exactly how long, but I would say that there were some physical repercussions as a result of the injuries.
During the time, were you scared that you might be shot during this incident?
Absolutely.
Now, after this incident occurred, after you sought your treatment, did you ever have contact with police?
You mean like recently after the incident, or?
Did you have a chance to give a statement to either any officer or investigator afterwards?
Yes, I believe so.
And without going into the facts of that statement, was that statement a recantation of the events that you happened at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the individuals that came in were masked. Did you ever purport to be able to identify either of the two gunmen?
I could not.
And why was it that you could not identify them?
Things moved fairly quickly. They were wearing masks, and it was rather difficult to identify any features or facial features.
Okay. Anything else about the incidents that occurred that night that you'd like to share with me or the jury?
Besides the fact that it's left me with quite a bit of, like I mentioned, PTSD and overall fear for my safety and for my loved one's safety, not in particular.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot, do you have questions for Mr. Gattani?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gattani. I am Marcia Mignot. I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting next to me here at council table. Just going to ask a few follow-up questions, but before I begin my questions, I would like to extend to you my condolences regarding the photos, your injuries, and what you have experienced associated with the November 8th, 2019 incident.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, council asked you about how you were invited to the party, and I believe you stated that you were hired by Riggs. That's Chris Riggs,
That's correct.
to do DJing that evening.
Yes, ma'am.
You also stated that the two females arrived at the party, two Caucasian females arrived at the party. Was there any other females at the party?
I believe Miss Rebecca was there. Other than that, I can't particularly identify anybody else.
Okay. And were you aware that Chris Riggs had been sending out Snapchat messages regarding the party?
I had not.
Had you gone upstairs of the 1040 Wiley Street property when you got there as a DJ?
No.
Is the only area that you visited in the property depicted in State's Exhibit 9 that we were looking at a few moments ago?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you testified that you sought treatment after collecting your laptop. Do you remember making that statement just a few moments ago?
Yes, ma'am.
So you brought your laptop to do the DJing
Yes, ma'am.
and you were able to retrieve your laptop before you stated the EMS got you to a manageable shape.
Yes,
So you were not, your laptop was not stolen.
this is correct.
Now, as it pertains to the incident, you didn't lose any property?
I did lose my wallet that was taken from me.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to your wallet that was taken that evening, you don't have any evidence that this gentleman, Mr. Tyrone Robinson, is the person who took your wallet that evening.
I do not.
And you don't have any evidence that my client, Mr. Tyrone Robinson, is the person who assaulted you in your head on November 8th, 2019.
I do not.
Other than the fact that Mr. Robinson is sitting here prosecuted in a case, have you ever met Mr. Robinson before? Do you know him from anywhere?
I do not, and I have not.
All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Gattani?
Yes, sir, briefly.
Okay, come on up, please.
How are you doing, Mr. Gattani?
How's it going?
My condolences. I pray your best healing. Do you recall speaking with the detective over the phone about the incident that occurred that night?
Later on, not that night, but yes, I do.
Okay.
It was numerous days after.
Okay. And now you said just your wallet was taken from the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall stating to the detective that one of the gunmen took your phone but then actually gave it back?
Yes.
Okay. How many guns did you say that you saw that night?
Each gunman was holding one firearm,
Okay.
according to my memory.
Were they, according to your memory, were they different firearms or were they, would you think the same or?
They looked like they were the same, but again, I can't recall specifically.
Okay. Have we ever met before?
We have not.
Do you have any evidence that I was one of those gunmen that incident?
I do not.
No further questions. Again, I pray your best healing, sir.
Mr. Hiles, any redirect for Mr. Gattani?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Questions from the jurors? Oh, all right. Sir, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, what? Sorry. Easy. Ooh, don't go anywhere, Mr. Gattani.
No problem.
So I'm going to exercise my executive discretion and ask you a couple questions. Were you out of work or school for any amount of time because of your injuries?
Yes, I was actually fired from my job that I had just gotten at Costco a day or so prior as a result of the incident.
And have you engaged in any counseling or therapy or treatment to work through what you described as the PTSD?
For some days after, yes, I was in some therapy.
But when did that end?
I cannot recall specifically. I do take medical treatment for my Tourette's and my medical situation, but I believe that there was some level of therapy I was undertaking as a result of the incident.
The Tourette's is a pre-existing condition that predates the home invasion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions for Mr. Gattani based on what I just asked?
I do not.
Ms. Mignot?
Just one year. I believe you said you were fired a day or so prior to November 8th?
No, I was fired. I apologize. I was fired after the incident.
Only question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, now you can go. Thank you for your
Thank you.
time. Next witness?
State would call Christian Riggs.
I got your PowerPoint. It came through.
Not good enough.
Okay. Are they the same so I can delete one?
Yeah, they're the same.
Okay.
For some reason, my email's on the way.
Before you sit, can you turn to raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God? I swear. Go ahead and have a seat. Can you say your swearing name?
Christian Riggs.
Mr. Riggs, the microphone is movable, so if you want to raise it, so you don't have to hunch over. Thank you.
And will you please, I don't know if you heard that, but will you please spell your name for the record, please?
CHRISTIANRIGGS.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Riggs. Thank you for being here and patient with me.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Riggs, what are you doing now?
I own my own event planning, bartending, and catering company, and I model and bartend as well somewhere else.
Okay. What were you doing in 2019?
At the time, I had struggled with, I'm adopted, so I had a weird relationship with my adopted parents. I had been kicked out, unfortunately.
I'm gonna stop you right there, Mr. Riggs.
Yeah.
What we talked about, what were you doing for work?
Oh,
I appreciate your honesty.
I understand,
But
yeah.
limited to, what were you doing for work, your life around November 8th, 2019, maybe right around that time?
At the time, not very much, not at least legally at the time. Yeah.
So were you dealing in marijuana at all?
Yes, just a little bit to get by.
Where were you getting your marijuana from?
Typically just friends. I was hanging around the wrong crowd at the time. So it was readily available to me from pretty much most of the people in my current friend circle.
Okay. And at the time, I am going to ask about where you were living or the housing situation. What was that like?
I was technically homeless, but I was living in Airbnbs that I would rent, or even hotels, whatever I could get to have a roof over my head.
So it was common for you to rent Airbnbs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to direct you straight to November 8th of 2019, maybe the November 7th into November 8th of 2019. Had you and somebody else rented an Airbnb?
Yes,
And who did you rent that Airbnb with?
Jackson Heil.
Okay. And who is Jackson Heil to you?
He was a now friend, a new person to me in my life who had come to visit me from Charleston or California at the time, I forget.
Well, if he was new to you at the time, why would you endeavor to rent an Airbnb with him?
I hadn't really made any strong connections with anybody else at the time, and I connected with him very well as a friend. And since that's where I was staying, we just wanted to enjoy ourselves while he was visiting Atlanta.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Heil plan a party?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people did you roughly how many people did you invite to that party?
Not very many. I would say probably around 15 people, maybe 20 at the most.
Okay. And what form of communication were you using to invite people to that party?
Primarily Snapchat and text at the time.
Okay. And when you send somebody a Snapchat, how would you send the invite through Snapchat?
Well, obviously with my occupation very much directly so that it wasn't out to everybody. So I was individually inviting everybody.
Okay.
It's not like you posted on Facebook and I could type in kickbacks tonight and yours would pop up because it's on your Facebook page.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay. And we tell the jury a little bit about the Snapchat app. How does that work?
It is an instant messaging service that the messages themselves disappear after, I think, 10 seconds. Unless, of course, you're posting in your story, then it's 24 hours.
Okay. What is a story?
A story is a publicly viewed post, at least to people who are on your friends list or have added you.
Okay. Now, was this party promoted through your story?
I don't recall. I don't believe so. I might have said to text me for the information to obviously verify before giving out an address.
Okay. Did you know that there was going to be drugs at this party?
Yes.
Okay. And in any of your invites, did you send anybody Snapchats that included a picture of drugs?
Yes.
Okay. What people did you send those to?
Specifically this case, I do remember sending it to Lauren Riley, possibly Lyndsey, and I believe that's it. That's the only reason. They were the only reasons why I sent that at all.
Okay. So you said Lauren Riley and Lyndsey. Who were those individuals to you?
I had known Lauren from a friend of a friend from back in high school.
Okay. Did y'all go to high school together?
We did not, but my friend did.
Okay. Why specifically would you have invited her if she was a friend of a friend?
We did not have any women at the party, and that was what I was being asked for by other attendees, and they were the only people at that hour that I knew were awake. I believe she had posted something that allowed me to know she was still awake and around.
And up until this point, did you have any reason not to trust Lauren Riley?
No, I trusted her too much.
Okay. Did you know or have any idea about her group of friends that she was running with at the time?
I really thought the complete opposite of what the reality was.
Okay. Well, so I appreciate your honesty, but would you answer that in a yes or no? So did you know the group of friends that she was running with?
No.
Appreciate it. Okay. How many people you said that it was just you and Jackson that had rented the Airbnb, but how many people were actually staying there during this party or after the party?
After the party, 6 to 7, maybe 8 people.
Okay. And Who all was present at the party at that time?
Could you be more specific about at that time?
Well, let's talk about what happened after Lauren and Lyndsey arrived.
So that was, I'd say 7 people were there. After they arrived, I had been upstairs at the beginning of it, and I believe Becca was the one who had told me weird activities were going on with the girls, and I'd come downstairs to check on that and see what they were up to.
Where was what strange activities did Becca alert you to?
The girls were looking around just more than a normal party guest would ever do. They weren't admiring like art or anything. They were looking on in cabinets and on the counters, and it just seemed very suspicious.
Okay. Did anybody else seem to be engaging in that type of behavior?
No, it was just Lyndsey and Lauren.
What did you do after you were alerted about their behavior?
There wasn't really much I could do besides just watch them. I didn't accuse them of anything.
Okay. Did you go back upstairs while they were still present?
Yes, I believe I was upstairs. Eventually, Lauren made her way upstairs. Lyndsey never did. It felt like a very short period of time had passed when I remember one of the girls saying that they had left something in the car, and then one of them saying they had to go to the bathroom, and that was right before the gunman entered.
Okay, let's talk about the gunman entering. What transpired? Did you see the gunman enter?
I didn't see them enter the house. I saw them. They had already been inside when I was coming back down the stairs. Again, I wish I could remember exactly what I was doing going up and down, but I was coming back down the stairs when they were in the house at that time.
Okay. And what drugs were in the house when they entered?
Primarily THC, but I know we had a personal use dose of ketamine as well there.
Okay. What is ketamine?
Ketamine is a hallucinative dissociative, typically used as a topical anesthetic or a horse tranquilizer, and in the non-human form of it.
Okay. Were you using ketamine that night?
I think I did at the very, very beginning of the night, but when I throw events, I like to be sober so that I can keep an eye on everything, make sure everybody's safe and obviously enjoying themselves, and that I'm safe. All right, I'm showing you what's already previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 23A. Do you recognize that particular picture? Not the specific photo, but the contents in the photo, yes.
Do you recognize the contents of the photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is in the contents of the photo?
It is nerd edibles.
I would object, the witness is now reading from a document that's not a name.
I don't need it to.
No, you just hold on. I thought that was in evidence.
It is.
Okay.
What number are we talking about?
23A. It's a picture.
Well, it's not just 23A, it's part of 23A. This is something that, I don't know if you didn't show it to Ms. Mignot. Once she sees it, she's gonna say, oh, that picture. So let's just show it to her, and then should be less concerned that someone's reading from it. I mean, you weren't here when, I don't think you were here when 23A came in. 23A was a few things, and so saying 23A means Not a specific document. You're in the clear sharing that with this witness. It just, I think because Ms. Mignot hadn't seen it and he's sharing the contents, that's in evidence. You can say anything you want about it. So back to your questions to Mr. Riggs about that photograph.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am showing you what is the photograph that is attached to exhibit 23A. So you identified those as being nerd ropes, candies. What's unique about those particular nerd ropes and candies?
They are THC edibles.
Okay. And was that primarily the type of drugs that you had that night?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna publish this. So the jury can see. Is that the photograph that you were looking at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what's in those in the little boxes?
Those are rosin and or resin, which is just another extract from THC.
Okay. And how would that be consumed?
You would get a glass apparatus, typically known as a dab rig, and heat that up for like a pure concentrate.
Okay. And would that be this content in this photograph? Oh, would some of those contents be part of the Snapchat you sent to Lyndsey or Lauren?
More than likely, yes.
Okay. And how much drugs, what was the value of drugs and cash that you had on hand at this time?
I would say about $15,000 worth.
Okay. And would any of the cash that was present been included in any of the Snapchats that were sent to the invite for Lauren or Lyndsey?
Yes.
So where were those drugs, back to the armed suspects coming in, where were those drugs located when the suspects came in?
Somewhere on the third floor.
Okay, where were the others?
They were all there except for a very minuscule amount of flour that was down for the party.
What do you mean flour?
Like loose leaf marijuana.
Green buds?
Yes.
And was the location of those drugs, is that the area that you observed Mr. Riley to be snooping around?
Yes.
So where were you, what happened, your version of events as the two armed suspects entered?
So I had come downstairs and that's when I saw that they were in the house. And as I was coming down, I had just reached the bottom of the stairs when one of them saw me and started coming after me. I immediately tried to get to the high ground and got to the top of the stairs as he was coming up. And we just locked eyes and we're looking at each other. And he was stating to me, we're just gonna talk. We're just going to talk, as he was coming up the stairs. And then after that, he first struck me in the face. And then we had got into a fight, a tussle, I would say. And I got him off of me. And then he ran to the third floor after that. And I guess that's when things were stolen.
All right. And was this individual armed?
Yes, he had a gun. He did. I'm not exactly, I know he had a backpack. I think he put it in the side of his pants or behind his pants. I don't know for sure, but he did have a gun as he was engaging with me.
Okay. And was any personal property taken from you?
Yes, I had a computer with thousands of dollars worth of what are called DAWs and VSTs for making music that were stolen.
What is a DAWs?
A DAW is it's a digital audio program that is used to create music. So it's the actual program that you input melodies and input instruments into.
Okay. And what was the other part of that you said was?
A VST is technically like an instrument or an equalizer, anything having to do with music production. That's any sub program that goes on to that said DAW.
And did you were you afraid that if you did not turn that computer over, that you would be shot?
Yes.
So how long approximately were those gunmen in the house?
After the fact, it felt like 10 seconds. I really think it could have been at most 5 minutes. It was very quick.
Okay. Now, did you interact with both of the gunmen?
No, just the taller one.
Okay. When you say taller, do you mean one was taller than the other, or?
One did seem to be taller than the other to me.
Were you able to identify anybody that was involved?
No, I was very much so trying to, just in case it was somebody I had known who had come for me. And I was unable to identify that, and I didn't recognize the person. All I saw was their eyes.
Okay. Now, after this incident, did you have, let me back up a little bit. When you got in a tussle with one of the gunmen, were you struck?
Yes, in the nose.
Okay. Anything happened to your nose?
Nothing permanent that I'm aware of.
Okay. Any bleeding?
Yes.
Okay. How much bleeding?
Very minuscule.
Okay. Did you ever seek treatment for your nose?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk with police at any time after this?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times did you speak with police?
I can't answer for sure. I'd say like at that night,
No, like
just in general.
in the night from after the fact that night up until the next few weeks. How many conversations did you have?
I'd say about 4.
4?
Yes, sir.
4 conversations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to provide the police with any sort of information to assist them?
Only about what was taken,
Okay.
and if I had seen anything else besides what we had told them that night.
Okay. What was actually taken from you?
My phone was later retrieved, my computer, and of course, some of the marijuana was mine at the party, which was taken.
Okay. Why could you only see their eyes?
They had masks on.
Okay. Could you see both of their eyes or just one?
Just one. Again, I didn't get to see the larger individual who was in the living room at the time.
Okay. Did you observe anybody actually being physically attacked?
Not with me. I believe they were at the same time when I was fighting on the top of the stairs, which doesn't have a view of the living room fully.
I'm going to display for you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 9. All right, State's Exhibit 9. Where were you? I know it might not be reflected in here, but where would this tussle have taken place in relation to this?
The tussle Mr. Riggs was involved in?
Yes, I'm sorry. The tussle that you were involved in, Mr. Riggs, where would that have taken place?
It would have been behind the white facade at the top left, the beam right there. As you can see, the banister of the stairs, it was at the top of those stairs.
Okay. And
Excuse me.
those stairs go all the way to the top floor?
They did, yes.
Now, obviously you see what appears to be blood on the screen. Was that blood there prior to you going upstairs?
No.
And did you observe it to be there afterwards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And after this incident, did you begin to suspect anybody of this robbery?
Yes, actually, it was very suspicious what Lyndsey and them were doing. I put it together quite immediately.
Okay. And did you reach out to them directly?
Yes,
Who'd you reach out to?
believe Lauren. I don't really remember.
Did you ever recover any of your property?
My phone.
Oh, so your phone was taken as well as your computer? Okay, how were you able to get your phone back?
We had used somebody had their phone, and we were able to track it to down the street. I don't remember exactly how we made that connection to it, but we did see the general location where a phone was, and it ended up all of our wallets and phones were in the same area.
Okay. What type of phone did you have?
I think it was an iPhone, probably an iPhone 10 at the time, the X, sorry.
Okay. Did you have a Find My iPhone app?
I did.
Is that how you were able to track your phone?
Not through my phone, because I only had one phone, and my computer was taken. That could have done that.
Okay. Did someone else that you were with use their Find My iPhone app to track their phone?
Yes.
And is it your testimony, as you just explained, that your phone and wallets of other individuals were located in the same area?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Throughout the night, did you make a point to keep the door locked at the residence?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Obviously we had a lot of money worth of stuff upstairs, drugs, excuse me. And that we just felt that would be the best, even though we failed.
All right. All the questions that I have this time.
Ms. Mignot, do you have questions for Mr. Riggs?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Riggs.
Good afternoon.
My name is Marcia Mignot, and I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting next to me here at council table. Can I ask some follow-up questions to what the state just asked you? Now, before we go into the questions, you received immunity for your testimony today, correct?
I believe so.
And what is your understanding of immunity?
Anything said in a trial you cannot later be prosecuted for.
Okay. So you are free from prosecution regarding any of your testimony about this case and my client, correct?
Yes.
Now, were you selling drugs in November of 2019?
Yes, technically.
And how long had you been selling drugs?
Since I had been kicked out of my parents' house, I don't remember how soon it was or how close it was to that date, but not very long.
So 6 months?
I'd say 4 or 5.
And how old were you?
I should have just turned 20.
Now, you invited, according to your testimony on direct, individually people to the party, correct?
Correct.
You also testified that you had a public story about the party, right?
No.
You stated that you published through a story, Snapchat story?
I said potentially. I do not remember.
Okay, so it's possible you could have posted the party as a social media story.
Yes, but not the address.
Okay. Now, if you posted the party on some type of social media platform, and one of the individuals that you actually sent a direct message to shared that information, there are individuals who would have knowledge of the party that you had not individually given the address, right?
Correct.
Now, you testified that Rebecca told you that the girls were, I believe you used the word, and if I'm wrong, correct me, acted weird?
Yes, acting suspicious.
Okay. And the suspicious activity that Rebecca told you about was that the girls were looking around the Airbnb in an odd way, right?
Correct.
Did Lauren ever come upstairs to you and the two of you were upstairs by yourselves?
As I remember it, Rebecca was close behind with us.
Okay. So it's Rebecca, you, and Lauren that were upstairs.
Correct.
Okay. Was anybody else up there with you all?
No.
Now, you said once Lauren came upstairs, Lyndsey did not come upstairs ever, correct?
Correct.
And one of the girls said, I left something in my car. Do you recall which girl?
I'm pretty sure it's Lyndsey. It was Lyndsey that left the keys in the car, or at least had said that.
Okay, so Lyndsey said she had left the keys in the car and she needs to go.
Yes.
And Lauren stayed with you.
Went to the bathroom. We were at the ground level at this time.
Okay. Was the bathroom on the ground level
It
that
was.
Lauren went to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that THC was present, ketamine was present, and that ketamine is a horse tranquilizer?
Not the human grade version, but that is another use of ketamine, yes.
Okay. And I believe you might have used the word, is it hallucinator?
It in extreme doses, it can be used as a hallucinative dissociative, yes.
Okay. So is one of the side effects of consuming ketamine is that you'll hallucinate from it?
In very large quantities,
Okay. But it is a side effect?
yes.
Okay. Were you a avid or regular, let me use that word, regular drug user during that time frame?
No.
You were mainly selling?
Yes.
Did you connect with Jackson through his drug sales from California?
Yes.
And is that how you all became friends?
That wasn't the main goal, but yes, that is the connection.
Okay. Now, the drugs you had that was at this November 8th party, it's illegal, correct?
Yes.
And if the law enforcement comes in, they could prosecute you for that.
Yes.
And in fact, I believe you testified the value of the drugs was about $15,000.
Yes, total resale.
How old was Jackson? Do you remember?
I do not.
And you were, I believe you testified you were 20?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're a 20-year-old in possession of approximately $15,000 worth of drugs.
I was around $15,000 worth of drugs, yes.
Who did the drugs belong to?
It was split between me and Jackson.
Okay. So a portion of it was yours, a portion was Jackson.
Yes, a small portion.
Who, if you were dividing it up, is it mostly Jackson or mostly you?
I would say about a fourth of it would have been mine.
Now, any third party that would have heard about this event that had drugs and money or valuable drugs associated with a lot of money could have decided to rob y'all that evening, correct?
Sure, yeah.
You testified on direct examination that you were trying to identify someone because you wanted to make sure that it was not someone who had come for you. I'm paraphrasing what you said a little bit, but you remember saying someone would come for me?
I was stating that that was one of the possibilities that went through my mind out of the 100. And yes, that's immediately what I was trying to do. And I did not recognize the individual.
So who possibly could have come for you?
Anybody in the city of Atlanta.
Did you have a specific issue with anyone that you thought, hey, this might be this guy that I had a run-in with, and it might be him that's robbing me?
No.
Now, Jackson called 911. Were you present when Jackson called? I'm sorry, Holden called 911. Were you present when Holden called?
I was not around him.
Okay. Were you around Jackson?
I don't remember.
Did you hear Jackson tell Holden to hang up from the 911 operator?
No.
Did Jackson ever share with you all, hey, we better not call the police, we have all this drugs here, we could go to jail?
I don't recall.
As it pertains to items you lost, I believe your testimony was your laptop was taken
Correct.
and your wallet was taken?
No.
Your wallet was not taken?
No, just my phone and laptop.
Okay. And on November 8th, 2019, you have no evidence or any knowledge, personal or through a third party, that our client was the person, Mr. Tyrone Robinson, that entered the property at the Airbnb where the robbery occurred, correct?
I can't say for sure, no.
Okay. And you also can't say for sure today as you sit here before this jury, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
One more left. Sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Riggs? Okay.
How are you doing there, Mr. Riggs?
I'm doing all right.
In your testimony, you stated that one of the gentlemen came up to you. Can you just reiterate what exactly the conversation was you said?
Are you talking about when an individual was coming up the stairs?
Yeah, when you were approached by one of the individuals.
I believe they could tell I was frightened and was trying to trick me by saying, we're just going to talk. That's the translation. That's not how it was said, but that's what was being said.
Now, was he holding you at gunpoint?
No, he had put the gun away to, I'm assuming, fight me.
Okay. Can you kind of describe the gun that you say he put away?
To the best of my ability. It did not have a buttstock or a muzzle brake on it. It looked somewhat to be like an AR pistol without those features.
Was that the only gun you seen that night during that incident?
I did see the other gunman with a pistol in the living room.
How often were you throwing these type of gatherings, kickbacks, pardon?
At that time, well, when you say these type of gatherings, then never actually.
So what other type of gatherings did you take, bro?
I would occasionally have a couple people over to wherever I was staying to keep me company from time to time. Not very often.
What was the most, how long was the previous gathering you had before this incident? What was the distance between days or weeks?
I can't answer for sure.
Do you remember the previous gathering before this incident?
I do not.
Okay. Have you ever thrown any type of gathering inside of a hotel?
I guess technically, if you consider having 2 to 3 people over a gathering, then technically yes, but not a party in a hotel. As risk for security deposit, of course.
Were there also drugs and money present at that hotel with those 2 to 3 people?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, I know you stated that the drugs accumulated to approximately 15,000 resale. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was there any cash physically present at that location?
Yes.
What was the amount?
I don't know. It was not mine.
Do you know whose it was?
Jackson's.
No further questions, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Hiles, any redirect?
Briefly. Snapchat, if you publish it to the story, your particular story, is that public to anybody who has the Snapchat app?
No, so the way that I used to have it set up for my safety is I would have it was set to friends only, but I would also block people from viewing my story. So only a select amount of people could see it and people that I had chose.
That's all I have.
Ms. Mignot, anything else?
How many social media friends would you say you have?
Now or in the past?
November 2019.
On Snapchat or Instagram?
Any social media. What's the maximum?
I'd say from high school, I had 1,000.
Stop. Yes?
This conversation's only been about Snapchat, so the relevance as to the Instagram social media followers.
Overruled.
On Snapchat, maybe at most 200.
Okay, and how many on your other platforms? Is the maximum you have 200 or you have more on?
I think on Instagram, about the end of high school, I maybe accumulated 1,000, 1,200.
Thank you. Nothing.
Anything else from you, sir?
At the hotel gathering that you briefly described, was Lyndsey Kallish present?
Say that again, the last name?
At the previous hotel gathering that you described, was Lyndsey Kallish present?
I don't recall.
Was Lauren Riley present?
I do not recall. I'm sorry.
All right. Any questions from the jurors? See some cards. Let's send them to Deputy Gordon. Thank you. Easy with my pens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd step outside for a moment, outside meaning the jury room, the hallway, we'll get you back in here shortly. No outside research, don't talk about the case. Mr. Hiles, if you'd come this way, Ms. Mignot over there. You go. Rest.
Oh, I'll stick around. I thought you had things. Yeah.
I was giving you the one.
Thank you.
Thank you. So starting with you, Mr. Hiles, I don't have an issue with any of these, except I'm not remembering any testimony about Lauren being accused. I may have just not picked up on that.
I asked him if you ever suspected Lauren or confronted Lauren about it.
And maybe that was perceived as later because it says, was it over text or a phone call? And that suggests after the event, hey, Lauren, what did you do? I mean, that's how the question is written here. And I don't remember there being testimony, but I'll explore it. I just want to make sure if I miss something, I'm more dialed into the origin of that.
Yeah, I don't think.
Okay, well, there's another question that covers this anyway, which is, did you have contact afterward? I think it's an appropriate question. So I'm going to cover the topics set forth in these cards. Any objection to that, Ms. Mignot?
I think it's appropriate to read that one because I think there's testimony based on my notes where he said that he had reached back out to Lauren.
Okay, and that's right. Just the accusation part was what was new to me, but we'll see where it goes. All right, Mr. Pritchett, any objection to these questions? Let's bring the jurors back, please.
All right, the jurors. President Counterpart.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. A few more questions, Mr. Riggs. About how many Snapchat invitations to the party we've been talking about, so the November 8th one, that included a photograph of suspected drugs and money, about how many of those did you send out?
With the photograph, only to Lauren and Lyndsey to try to get them to come.
Speaking of Lauren and Lyndsey, have you had any contact with either of them in any way? Text, social media, phone call, a gathering, since the home invasion?
No, Your Honor.
You talked a little bit about interacting with Lauren when she was in the Airbnb. Did you ever accost her or confront her with why are you acting this way in the house?
I did not accuse her.
Okay, you don't need to use the word accuse. Did you interact with Lauren while she was at the Airbnb?
I believe I talked to her, and that's all I remember.
Okay, but the exchange was not about why are you behaving a certain way at the party?
No, sir.
Had you consumed enough of whatever you'd been consuming that night to make you feel like you weren't aware of what was going on around you?
No, sir, far from it.
Do you remember what either of the invaders' masks looked like?
One of them, the one coming up on the stairs, was black. Kind of looked like it was from a movie. It had a somewhat of a semicircle around the eyes to where I could see their eyes.
Okay, and the other mask?
It was too far away for me to see.
Okay, so the mask of the person who you encountered on the stairs with whom you fought was one that you're describing as maybe being something from a movie?
Yes, and the other one, I only saw the back quarter of his head.
do you remember anything about the clothing that the masked gunman you were dealing with? Anything about his clothing?
I remember it being long sleeves, long pants, gloves, darker colors for everything.
Okay. Anything about the clothing of the other invader?
I don't recall.
How about their relative heights? First, the guy you were dealing with on the stairs, and I appreciate you're on stairs, taller than you, shorter than you?
That is hard to say, being on the stairs and then the flash, obviously, from the adrenaline. I know he was taller. I couldn't compare it to my own height. The other individual was a little shorter than the one coming up the stairs. It seemed to be.
Okay.
Again, from a distance.
Understood. As between the two masked invaders, the taller of the two is who you would describe as the one coming up the stairs.
Yes, and skinnier for sure.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions for Mr. Riggs based on our exchange?
I do not, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot?
No questions, Your Honor.
And finally, to the accused, any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Riggs, I appreciate your time. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Who is the state's next witness?
State's next witness is Lyndsey Kallish.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Kallish will probably take a little while as well. You had a mini break right there. We could take a break now, or we could do about a half hour of her testimony and break then. Is your preference to do some of her testimony and then break? That's where I see lots of nodding. Okay, we're going to take the break now. Got to have a court reporter who's ready to go as well. Thank you for speaking up. That was the right thing to do. Oh, I forgot you don't get breaks during all these things. Yeah. Mr. House, please stay where you are and not interact quite yet. I just want to engage with everyone before we start the break. All right, anything from the state before we break? Is Ms. Kallish right outside?
Yeah, they're going to get her. I kept her I didn't want her being in the same presence of the victim, so I had her on the other wing.
Okay.
But yes, she will. Oh, not quite yet, Ms. Kallish. We will.
Turns out we had to take a break first.
Yeah,
Okay, so she'll be right out there.
now she will.
Great. During the break, talk with the lawyer and with Mr. Pritchett about these exhibits. And when we come back, we'll see if there are any issues. Anything else from the state?
There you go.
Ms. Mignot, anything from Mr. Robinson?
Not at this time, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Pritchett, you good?
As soon as he got off that stand, I had remembered the one question I wanted.
Ain't that the way? Me too. All right, Ms. Kallish is next. We're going to take a 8-ish minute break. I'll come back, and if there are issues with the exhibits, we'll talk about them then. Thank you.
See,
Can we bring the defendants out?
Deputy Gordon, once we conclude today, is it all right if we keep Mr. Pritchett up long enough just for me to go over the indictment that are redacted? Because it could potentially be one of the first witnesses.
If you can stay, I thought you had to go.
Well, that'll take, I mean, I want to get out of here, but at the same time, I don't, that should take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, I am anxious to get out of here, but well aware of the pace we're moving at.
Speaking of which, while we're waiting on Mr. Pritchett, you've got Ms. Kallish, Maldonado, Miller, who else?
Stephen O'Hare,
That's just about an arrest?
he arrested both Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson.
Okay.
And then it will be Vince Velasquez and Scott Demeester.
Demeester knows about the first home invasion?
Yes.
He and Velasquez testify about that?
So Velasquez was the lead, and then Demeester did the cell site location information presentation. I do not intend to go through that whole thing by any means.
Is there another PowerPoint you're using that Ms. Mignot doesn't have yet?
It was all, it is part of the 418 that was turned over, it's in that discovery. I will show it, it is not gonna be a PowerPoint.
If it was in the 418, then she's got it. Okay. All right, Ms. Rivers, let's get on the record, please. When you're ready. Okay, all right. We're back on the record. It's about 3:30. We are going to have the state call its next witness in a minute. Ms. Green, anything before we bring the jurors in?
No, Judge.
Ms. Mignot
No, Your Honor.
and Mr. Pritchett, you good to go?
I just wanna know, when there's a time that I may call witnesses, what's the best way I need to go about it? I know you told Ms. Mignot to contact Ms. Nelson and let her know what they beforehand. How do you want me to go about it?
So for witnesses to be here, they can agree to show up because you or a representative of yours reaches out to them. They'll say, great, I'll be here. Otherwise, they need to be subpoenaed unless they're in custody. If they're in custody, you just need to let me know a day in advance who it is who's in custody that you plan to call. We'll get that person produced and then they'll work just like it did with Ms. Riley. But if it is Fred Smith, who is living in Hapeville, you would need to figure out a way to contact Fred Smith to see if he's willing to come on in here. Okay, did that answer your question? Jurors, please.
Well, I don't have a witness list, I understand it.
So we'll talk about that later. He's not calling anyone today.
Perfect.
All right, the jurors.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. All right, home stretch for today, Thursday, April 25th. First day of the NFL draft. Your first witness is, or your next witness is?
Lyndsey Kallish.
It's Kallish. You've coordinated with her counsel.
Yes.
Okay.
You said, you trying to raise your right hand? You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. You go ahead and seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Lyndsey Kallish, Lyndsey. Kallish, Kallish.
Okay, and Ms. Kallish, would you please scoot that chair up as close as you can and please speak into the microphone so we can all hear you, especially Ms. Rivers, the court reporter.
Is this okay? Or do I need to be louder?
That's good. We'll see. If you're hard to hear, we'll get you. The closer you get, the more we can hear.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. A little closer to that microphone. All right. Ms. Kallish, what are you doing right now? And as it pertains to work, or where are you in life at this point?
Right now, I am a personal trainer in the morning, and at night, I am a waitress. I also just finished my paralegal certificate in December.
And let's go back to 2019. Where were you in life in 2019?
I was playing lacrosse at Life University.
Okay. Who were you hanging out with at that time?
I was hanging out with Lauren, a couple of my friends from high school, her friends from high school, and just our teammates.
Okay. What is Lauren's last name?
Riley.
Now, how close were you in 2019 with Lauren Riley?
I would say she was my best friend.
How often were y'all hanging out?
About every day.
So, how did you know Lauren? How did you meet?
We met through a mutual friend of mine. I was at Kennesaw State at the time, and we met through a mutual friend, Maddie Bowden. Maddie Bowden, Madison Bowden.
Is Maddie short for Madison?
Yes.
Is that spelled with a D?
Yes.
How long had y'all been playing lacrosse together?
We played lacrosse together for only that season at Life University.
Okay. All right. What types of places were y'all hanging out in together?
Clubs, music studios, high-rise apartments.
I'm just going to go ahead and direct your attention to the late hours of November 7th, early morning hours of November 8th, 2019. Who were you with from November 7th going into November 8th in 2019?
The night began just me and Lauren.
What were y'all doing? You said the night began. Where were you?
We were at Life, our school.
And did you make plans to go anywhere?
We made plans to go to Young Band's apartment.
Okay. Who is Young Bands?
At the time, a rapper.
Okay. And how did you know Young Bands?
I knew him through Lauren.
So you made plans to go to Young Band's apartment. Did you ever go to Young Band's apartment?
Not that apartment. A year before, we went to a house.
Okay.
But it wasn't the same place.
Okay. I guess I didn't ask. I think you got ahead of yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On the night of November 7th into November 8th, 2019, did you ever go to Young Band's place? Did you go to young Vance's house, apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a house or apartment?
Apartment.
Okay. Was it a high rise?
It was.
Do you know the exact time that you got to young Vance's house?
I'm unsure the exact time, but it was dark outside and it was late.
Who all was present at young Vance's apartment?
Myself, Lauren, Young Bands, Rick, and 2 individuals I didn't know.
Okay. Who is Rick?
He was a friend of Young Bands.
Okay. Had you seen Rick before?
I had.
Okay. And was Rick the full name by which you knew this person?
Rick Rare.
Rick Rare was how you knew this person. Okay.
Yes.
And where had you seen Rick Rare before?
Through Instagram.
Okay. And is Rick Rare in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to stand and point out Rick Rare by where he is sitting and what he is wearing.
He is sitting, from my point of view, on the right side, wearing a mask, a light blue shirt, and a jacket.
Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Mr. Pritchett?
She has.
Now, why were you going over to young Vance's place?
Intentionally to hook up with both Rick and Young Bands. Hook up as in have sex, perform oral sex, hook up.
Did you have sexual contact with the person that you knew as Rick Rare?
I did oral sex.
And is that the person that you just identified?
Correct.
And did you recognize everybody that was present at the apartment when you got to the apartment?
Not the 2 individuals that were there that I didn't know.
Okay. And so just so we're clear, please state again what individuals you did know that were present.
I knew myself, Lauren, Young Bands, and Rick Rare.
And while you were at the house, did the idea or was there ever a suggestion of either a home invasion or a robbery while you were at Young Vance's apartment?
There was.
How did this idea come about?
I received a Snapchat from Chris Briggs, and Lauren said, let's go take the money and the drugs.
Okay. So what were the contents of that Snapchat?
It said, bring females, and it was the Wiley Street address. Also a video of money and drugs.
And how did you know that there would be money and drugs? Like were you confident that those would be present?
I was confident that those would be present.
Okay. Why do you say that?
I would say 2 days before, Lauren and I had hung out with Chris Riggs and a bunch of his friends at a hotel, and the same things were present: drugs, money.
So after Lauren said, let's take the money and drugs, what transpired?
I believe that there were phone calls from Young Bands and Rick being made to call somebody else to help with this. And
Somebody else be called to help this. Do you know?
after the fact, I knew that Young Bands was on house arrest, but before the fact, no, I didn't know why anybody else was being called.
Okay. So do you know if Young Bands or Rick actually made contact with anybody to come and assist with this robbery?
The initial people they had called, they did not pick up. The second person picked up.
Okay. And do you know who that person is?
He goes by Baby Slat.
Okay. And how would you spell Baby Slat for the record?
BABYSLAT. SLATT.
Okay. And had you ever heard of or met a baby slat before, prior to this phone call or ushering over to young Van's apartment?
I have not.
Okay. And did the person, baby slat, ever appear at young Van's apartment?
He did.
Okay. And the person you know as baby slat that appeared at young Van's apartment, do you see him present in court today?
Sorry, I can't see over the computer.
You're welcome to get up and move around. Sorry, we're not intentionally putting obstacles, as the computer screens have been complicated during this trial.
Yes, I see him.
Okay, and if you need to get up and move around again, can you please describe what he's wearing and where he is sitting?
He is sitting on the right side of my point of view, wearing a tie, also a light blue shirt and a jacket.
Okay, and what kind of haircut does he have?
He has a buzz cut.
Okay.
A what?
Buzz cut?
Oh,
Not a buzz cut?
I just didn't hear your words.
I'm sorry, buzz cut.
All right, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant Tyrone Robinson.
She has?
Now, what happened once Mr. Robinson arrived to young Van's apartment?
We were sitting in the room. I can't recall much planning. Then shortly after he arrived, we got in the car and went to the Wiley Street address.
Okay. Whose car did you get in?
Lauren's car,
Okay. Do you remember what kind of car Lauren was driving at that time?
a gray Mercedes-Benz.
Who all got into that gray Mercedes-Benz that was then driven by Lauren?
Lauren, myself, Rick, and Baby Slat.
So you said you drove to the Wiley Street address. What did you do when you arrived at the Wiley Street address?
Lauren and I got out of the car and went into the party. We were let in by Chris Riggs.
Okay. And is Riggs the person that you identified as having introduced y'all, you and Ryan, having invited you to the party?
Yes, Chris had invited us to the party.
And what was going on inside the party when you got there?
There weren't many people. From the party, we walked straight upstairs. We, as in Chris, Lauren, and I. I'm unsure if there was anybody else around, but I remember us three walking upstairs.
And now, when you arrived, did somebody have to open the door for you? Was it locked?
It was.
I'm going to play a video which has been previously admitted to State's Exhibit 22, and inside the exhibit labeled as "Girls Arrive to Party." Just a minute, can I please have the translation of that?
It worked last time.
Huh?
It worked last time through Zoom.
It will, but the sound won't come through. It'll delay. Like,
Okay.
I won't play it with sound.
It worked last time without sound just fine.
Yeah. I'll play it
Yeah.
without.
You may not have been here for it, but let me just tell you, it worked well when Mr. Abate did it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Ms. Kallish, can you press the button that says stay muted? Thank you.
Do you see yourself in this video?
I do.
Okay. And if you look at the bottom left hand of your screen, if you tap it, you will see a stylus.
I see.
For right now, you don't need to use it shortly. Which person are you on this screen?
Would you like me to draw it or verbalize it?
Verbalize it for now.
I'm in the white jacket closest to the door.
For the record, the large TV on the right is showing a different screen. And it's about a 20-second delay.
It's showing a different video?
It's the same video, but about 25 seconds behind.
Okay, but it's the same video. People can see it twice.
All right, so you're let in a locked door. What did you do? You testified that you went into a bedroom. Who did you go into a bedroom with?
Chris, Lauren, and myself
Okay. Why were you going into the bedroom?
to look for the drugs.
Looking for the drugs. Were you scoping the house?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were inside, where, when you got out of Lauren's car to go into 1040 Wiley Street, where was the person you identified as Baby Slack and Rick Rare?
In the car still.
What were you planning to do once you located the drugs?
Send them a picture of where the drugs were.
Okay. Did you have your phone with you when you were in the house?
I did not have my phone with me.
Okay, why did you not have your phone with you?
It was left back in the car for Lauren and the boys to communicate.
Why did they need to use your phone to communicate?
I'm unsure.
Okay. But were you requested by Lauren and the boys? Is it your testimony that you were requested by Lauren and the boys to leave your phone in the car so Lauren could
Objection,
communicate
Your
with
Honor,
them?
when facts not in evidence, and leave.
Your response?
She just said she left her phone in the car.
So ask her why she left her phone in the car.
Why did you leave your phone in the car?
For Lauren to send a picture of where the drugs were at.
Okay. Was that at the request of Lauren and Rick Rare and Baby Slacks to leave your phone in the car?
I don't believe it was Lauren's request, but the boys correct.
Thank you. And the boys being who? Names.
Rick Rare and Baby Slot.
Now, how long were you inside the house?
I don't remember how long.
Okay. Do you remember moving about in the house? Do you remember engaging with anybody in the house?
I do.
Okay. Who all did you speak with?
I'm unsure of names.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 9.
Now, does this area look familiar to you?
It does.
Okay. And what is this?
The living room.
Okay. Now, once you were inside, where did you predominantly spend your time?
In this living room.
Now, at what point did you leave the house?
I left the house after all the commotion from the robbery was done.
Okay. Did you and Lauren leave the house at the same time?
We did not leave the house at the same time.
Okay. Who exited first?
Lauren.
Okay. And at what point did you experience the commotion that you just were describing? After Lauren left.
After Lauren left, there were a couple minutes that go by. I'm unsure of how long enough for me to be with the people at the party, find a backwood, which is something to roll up marijuana with, long enough to sit on the couch with them, break down the backwood, and start to roll it.
Okay. So that explanation, would that explanation be removing tobacco from a cigar and filling it with marijuana?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, did Rick Rare and Baby Slat make entry into the house?
They did.
And was that before or after Lauren left the house?
That was after.
Where were you when when Lauren left the house?
After we were sitting on the couch and rolling the backwood for I don't know how long, maybe 10 minutes. I went inside the restroom to go use it. And as I was taking a step out to exit the restroom, that's when I heard the boys come in through the front door. I closed the door, locked it, and stayed in the bathroom.
When you say you closed the bathroom door?
Correct. I was in the midst of walking out.
Okay. Did you, and I understand that when you say the term boys, are you collectively referring to Rick Rare and Baby Slat?
Correct.
Okay. So, how did you know that it was Rick Rare and Baby Slat that made entry into the house?
I wasn't sure if it was them, but they came with us.
And when you left, did you see them wearing clothes or any masks?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Okay. I did not see them wearing masks when I got back into the car, no.
Okay. Did they get back into the car with any masks or book bags?
They were in the car before me.
Okay. So let's just go step by step. Did you know, was it the part of the plan for you to, for Lauren to send a text message from her phone to your phone in the car with Baby Slat and Rick?
Is there another way you can reword that, please?
Are you aware of any communications between Lauren and Baby Slat and Rick on your phone?
I'm not.
What did you hear when the home invaders came in?
I heard a bang, assuming it was the front door. Then I heard a lot of body movement, a lot of yelling. Pardon me, I have to curse, but get the fuck down on the ground, get down, stop moving, a lot of aggression and a lot of I just want to call it body movement, shuffling around, scurrying around, just commotion is what I can call it.
Okay. And when you got back in the car, or where did you go after you left the house?
When I left the house, I just ran down the street.
I'm going to show you again, State's Exhibit 22. This is going to be a video that says LK leaves party. Okay. And when you left, were the boys inside?
They were not.
I'm gonna use. Have you had a chance to review these videos with me?
I have.
So where were you when the boys made injury?
In the restroom.
Again, this is State's Exhibit 22, video entitled LK Leaves Party. Is that you leaving the party?
Correct.
Okay. And after watching that and hearing that, do you know where the boys were when you were leaving the party?
I did not know where they were leaving the party.
Were they inside of the house when you left the party?
They were not inside of the house.
Where did you go when you left the house?
I ran down the street with no destination in mind.
Okay. And did you ever get back into the car with Lauren, into Lauren's Mercedes?
I did.
Okay. And who was in the car when you got into the car?
Lauren, Rick, and Baby Slat.
Okay. And was there any property inside of that car that was not present prior to you going into this party?
Correct. There were phones, wallets, a backpack.
Okay. And who was in possession of these phones, wallets, and backpacks?
Rick and Baby Slat.
Okay. Did you see any masks with them, with the boys, whether they were wearing them or holding them?
Not until we got back to the apartment.
Okay. So when you went back to the apartment, what did you do?
Everything was laid out on the bed, everything as in the edibles, the wax, the THC wax, the cartridges, the guns, and the masks.
Okay. And when you're leaving the apartment, when you're leaving the house on Wiley Street right here, if you turn and look there. Were you wearing a jacket
I was wearing a jacket.
at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay. And why were you not wearing a jacket at this point?
When we were led into the house originally upstairs, that's where the drugs were, and Lauren put some in her waistband of her pants, and I gave her my jacket to cover up.
were you initially inside? I guess we covered that. So you got back to Ban's house. Did you go back inside?
We did.
Okay. Do you remember what level it is it was on?
I do not.
Okay. Was it off the ground floor?
It was off the ground floor.
Okay. And who all went back inside to Van's house?
Baby Slat, Rick, myself, and Lauren.
And what were the individuals, if was anybody carrying anything with them that did not leave young Van's house originally?
I don't think I understand the question. I'm sorry.
Was there any property that was brought back to young Van's house?
So we've talked about this and the bed and they lay everything out.
Who laid everything out on the bed?
I'm unsure specifically who.
Okay. What all was laid out though?
Edibles, the THC wax, guns, the mask, backpack.
Okay. Did you have THC edibles when you left young Van's house originally?
We did not.
Okay. But they were present on the bed with Rick and Baby Slat after y'all returned.
Correct.
Did you have any discussions with Rick and Baby Slat as to what you were going to do with those particular edibles that were laid out on the bed?
Baby Slat said he had somebody to sell it already that already wanted to buy it, told us not to worry about it, and that when they got the money for it, we'd all split it.
Okay. So you were told by Baby Slat that you would be given proceeds once the drugs were sold.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize the thumb drive that has been marked as State's Exhibit 25?
I do.
Okay. And when you, were you ever arrested for these?
I was.
Okay. And when you were arrested for these events, was your phone taken?
It was.
Okay. And was your phone, to your knowledge, searched?
It was.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review the contents of that phone search?
I have.
Okay. And did it appear to be the pictures, text, and conversations of your phone up to the date of your arrest?
Correct. It was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 25, the phone extraction of Lyndsey Kallish into evidence.
Ms. Mignot, any objection to State's 25?
If it is a certified record, Your Honor, no. If it's not, then yes.
I'm not sure what would be certified about a phone and extraction. I think there's been a sufficient foundation laid for the data taken from Ms. Kallish's phone that was seized from her when she was taken into custody. Mr. Pritchett, do you have any objection to State's 25?
Yeah, I have never seen.
Okay, that's noted. I will allow State's 25 into evidence.
Okay. So, where did y'all go after these proceeds were laid on the bed, and you were told that you would be given proceeds at that time?
Rick proceeded to shower, and Lauren and I left, and Baby Slat walked us down to the car.
Baby Slat walked you and Lauren down to the car?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you and Lauren go from there?
Back to Life University.
Okay. And did you ever have any contact with Lauren about these events the week afterwards?
I did.
And what were you and Lauren discussing?
Before you move on, I've got a quick question. You mentioned that, I think, that one of the things laid out on the bed were the masks. Did I misunderstand that? When the backpack was opened and things were put down, like you said, the guns were put there and the masks were put there.
I believe the mask, guns, backpack, and edibles were all laid out on the edge of the bed.
Do you remember what the masks looked like?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
All right. What did y'all do afterwards? Any conversations that y'all had? What were y'all discussing in regards to this home invasion / robbery?
There were talk of when we were gonna get the money. There was also some inappropriate talk between Lauren and I right after the fact.
Okay. All right. At any point were you ever called into the police station?
I was.
Okay, do you remember that date?
I do not remember the date.
Who did you voluntarily go to the police station?
I did.
Okay. And who did you meet with?
I can't remember her name. Detective Maldonado, Sergeant Knapp, and there was a female that I do not remember her name.
Okay. And initially, did you give a statement to Officer Maldonado?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell the truth in that initial statement?
I did not.
Okay. What did you tell Officer Maldonado initially?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Did you admit to being part of the robbery in your first response?
I did not.
Okay. And during your interview with Investigator Maldonado, were you ever presented with a search warrant for your phone?
I was.
Okay. And did you give him your phone?
I did.
Okay. And after that initial interview where you were not honest about your involvement, were you allowed to leave?
I was.
Did you get very far?
No.
How far did you get?
Downstairs.
Okay. And what happened after you got downstairs?
We were called back up and interrogated a second time.
When you say we, who's we?
I apologize, Lauren and myself.
When you were interviewed by Detective Maldonado and those other two people, was Ms. Riley in the room with you?
She was not in the room with me.
Were you in the room by yourself?
I was.
Okay. And after you began the interview with Maldonado this second time, was it a different type of interview? Was it?
It was a different type of interview.
At this point, were you read Miranda?
I was.
Okay. And did you begin to tell Officer Maldonado about the facts surrounding the robbery?
I believe I began to say the truth. I still felt as though I was withholding just out of being scared.
Okay. So you were getting towards the truth, but you weren't telling the full truth.
Correct.
And in what sense were you not telling the full truth?
I would say the names specifically. I was withholding Baby Slat's name a little bit.
Okay. Why were you withholding Baby Slat's name?
I was scared.
What were you scared of?
There's a saying that snitches get stitches, and I know that they were a part of a gang, and I did not want to get stitches.
Okay. And so when you were trying to explain who all was involved in the robbery to Officer Maldonado, what did you tell him in regards to Baby Slat? How did you explain Baby Slat to Investigator Maldonado?
I kept calling him Slime.
And why were you doing that again?
To protect myself.
Okay. And did you ever tell Investigator Maldonado that if you had your Instagram, you would be able to identify Baby Slat?
Correct.
Okay. And did you begin to give Investigator Maldonado Baby Slat's Instagram name?
I did.
Okay. And did you give him the correct name the first time?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And what originally did you, if you recall, do you recall how you initially presented his name?
Presented it as either slime or something with a snake.
Did you know to yourself full well who Baby Slat was and what his name was?
I did.
Okay. And did Investigator Maldonado then start looking for somebody with that particular Instagram profile that you described?
I had provided numbers as well, the number 1 and the other number 1. I provided an underscore, and that's as much as I provided. Oh, I actually did say Baby Slat, SLAT, in that instance.
Did you withhold the second T in Slat?
For no particular reason.
Okay. And did Officer Maldonado ever show you anything on his end?
He showed me just the username, no picture.
Okay. How did he show you the username without a picture?
I'm unsure.
Like, was it on a phone?
Oh, correct.
Okay. Did he physically cover the picture to show you the username?
It was just the username, probably cropped the picture.
But there was no image associated with that name.
No image.
Okay. Did you admit to your involvement in the armed robbery at that point?
I did.
Did you still try to distance yourself from how much you knew about it?
I did.
And I want to now turn your attention to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 25. I'm going to direct your attention to page 144 of State's Exhibit 25. Can you see this on your screen?
I can.
This is the exhibit you just identified as your phone extraction. What did you have Lauren's name saved as in your phone?
Sugar Mama.
Okay. And what did you have your name? What was the name of your iPhone at the time?
Princess's iPhone.
Okay. And have you and I gone over this conversation?
We have.
Could you have your colleague navigate while you're asking questions?
I'm sorry. All right, we're there. What is the first message that appears on your screen?
Are you okay?
Okay. And who sent that message to you?
Lauren.
Okay. And what is the second message? What is the second message under that Lauren sent you after "Are you okay"?
I deleted our messages.
Okay. And was that a message sent from Lauren to you?
Correct.
Okay. And what date, will you read the date that those messages were sent?
November 8th, 2019 at 4:40.
I'm going now to page 125. And what do the messages starting at the top of 125 say, and who are they from?
The first one says WYD, what are you doing, from Lauren. The next one says, bro, holy shit, also from Lauren. The next one says, I want to go home tonight, also from Lauren.
And at the top of 126, just trying to wait for this to catch
So
up.
go ahead and ask the question. It'll get there. She's got it in front of her.
Okay, the message at the top of 126, who sent that message?
Lauren.
Okay, and what is it a message of?
It is a picture of the Ring camera from the party, and it says, they sent this to me.
And what was the date that that message was sent?
Also November the 8th, 2019,
Okay, and what time does it say it was sent?
3:28:56 p.m.
Going now to 134. Who is Maddie?
Maddie was a mutual friend of the both of us, Lauren and myself.
Okay. And the message at the top, what does that say?
So Maddie knows.
And who sent that?
Lauren.
And what time was that sent?
6:13.
Message at the very bottom of page 134, in green text, who sent that message?
I sent that message.
Who was it sent to?
It was sent to Lauren.
Okay. And what does that message say?
I told her everything I went through, like I think that's supposed to say locked. Like locked myself in the bathroom, then ran. I don't know. You might want to call her. I don't know what you're going to say.
Okay. And when did you send that message to Lauren?
November the 8th at 6:14.
Now, scrolling down to the top of page 135, did Lauren send you a message at the top of page 135 in blue?
I see what I sent first.
And what did you send to Lauren?
I said, she was like, what did you do last night?
And how did Lauren respond?
She responded, no, you shouldn't have said anything to her. Then another message, fuck bro.
Going to page 137. So, sorry, page 138. Now, what does the top message on 138 say?
It says, Band said you need to keep asking Rick for the money.
Okay, and who did you know Bands to be?
Young Bands.
And who did you know Rick to be?
Rick Ware.
Okay, is that the same Rick Ware you identified as being present in this courtroom earlier?
Correct.
Okay, and what date was that message sent?
Also November the 8th at 2019.
Okay,
And does it have a timestamp at what that was sent?
9:14
PM?
PM.
What was your response?
WYM, which means what you mean. And the next thing I said, I questioned and said, you need to keep asking Rick for the money. On iPhone, you can hold it down and there's like a little question mark you can press.
And how did Lauren respond?
Like, you need to keep talking to Rick until we get money.
I'm gonna skip to page 141. Did you send a message? You see where I'm highlighting?
I can see.
Okay. What does that message say?
So Baby Slat and Rick are still talking to me. That's good.
Okay. Who sent that message?
I sent that message.
And on what date did you send that message?
November 9th, 2019 at 11:37 a.m.
And on page, skipping forward to 144. The very last message in blue, what does that say?
Why was it so sexy that the boys were like beating people up?
And what is your response?
My response was, I don't fucking know, but holy, I want to fuck Rick.
What was Lauren's response?
Like, it just really turned me on.
Why would you say something like that?
It was the heat of the moment, but also I was very influenced by Lauren and wanted to please her. And I felt saying something like that would do so.
Now, the very bottom of the page, the last message, what does that message say?
Can you ask Rick and Baby Slat where the money is?
Okay. And what is the date that that message was sent?
November 10th, 2019 at 1:39 p.m.
No. Did you ever, after your phone was taken, or after these messages were sent, did you ever edit your messages in your cell phone?
I did.
And what do you mean you did?
I deleted messages and an app.
Okay, so some of the messages that you had between you and Lauren, you actually deleted.
I believe so.
Okay. And did you delete some of your messages that you had on your Instagram account?
I believe so as well.
Okay. And how often did you communicate over the Instagram Messenger app?
All the time.
Your Honor, at this time, I am presenting to the board State's Exhibit 26. These are the self-authenticating business records of the Instagram return of Lyndsey Kallish. At this point, I would tender State's Exhibit 26 into evidence.
Ms. Mignot, any objection to States 26?
None, assuming it's exactly what we discussed.
Okay, I'm making the same assumption you are. And sir, the accused, do you have any objection to the admission of States 26 beyond the fact that you as a self-represented litigant may not have seen its contents?
Yes, I have not seen the contents.
Okay, I'll admit 26.
And did you and I have a chance to go through the messages that were contained on your phone?
We did.
And when you communicated over instant messenger on the Instagram app, was it through your cell phone?
Correct.
Right. And did your phone actually store the contents of some of your Instagram messages?
It did.
I'm going to direct you to page 22,649 of your dump. Can you see the box that is on your screen in front of you?
That says numbers and owner, and then another set of numbers.
The very bottom of 22,649. What does the box say?
187542620 owner. And then it has another icon below that. It says 307640912.
I am turning your attention to your Instagram business records, which has just been admitted as State's Exhibit number 26. Can you please read the target number where my cursor is?
187542620.
Okay. I'm going back to State's Exhibit 25. It is marked box 23. What is the owner? What is the number associated with that owner?
187542620, the number I just previously stated.
Was that the same number as your target Instagram records?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to what has been previously introduced as Tyrone Robinson's Instagram records. Will you please read the target number for Tyrone Robinson's Instagram records?
307640912.
Okay. Going back to your conversation on Instagram from your phone on State's Exhibit 25, who is the other participant, or what is the number for the other participant and where my cursor is right now?
307640912.
Okay. And is that the same number you just read as the target ID from Tyrone Robinson's Instagram records?
Correct.
Okay. What is the first message that was sent? In that,
It got smaller. Can you make it bigger? You press something, or do you need to keep it smaller?
so if it's on such a large document, if it gets bigger, then it overloads and shuts off. But
No, I don't want it to shut off. Shut off would be bad.
you pull up the Elmo.
Why don't we just keep going the way we're going?
All right, can you read the first message and who it was sent by?
It was sent by me and it said, fuck.
Okay, and what time and date was that sent?
November 9th, 2019 at 5:27 p.m.
And who responded to that message?
Baby Slat.
And what was his response?
What type of hairstyle you fin get?
Okay. Going next. Who responded to that message?
I did, and I said, just a cut.
And the message after that, who responded?
I responded again, and I said, white girl hair gets nasty at the ends if you don't keep up with it.
And who responded to that message?
Baby Slat replied, true, I think that's everybody's hair.
And who responded to that message?
I replied and I said, very true. And then I replied again and said, well, we need to sell that shit and get a big dinner because I need some crab legs stat.
Okay. And what time was that message sent?
6:50 p.m.
On what date?
November 9th, 2019.
Okay. Who responded to that message and what was the response?
Baby Slat replied, just chill.
Okay. And what were you referring to when you said we need to sell that shit?
I was referring to the drugs that were just stolen.
Okay. And did you believe that you were communicating with the same Baby Slat that you see at court today?
I do.
What, after it said, just chill, who sent the message, just chill?
Baby Slat sent the message that says, just chill.
Okay, and who responded to that?
I replied and I said, that's what I do.
Okay. And the final message at the bottom of page 22,650, what does that message say?
It says, what's the word, Baby Slat?
Okay, and how is Baby Slat spelled?
BABY space SLATT.
Okay. And at what time is that message sent?
November 10th, 2019 at 6:39 p.m.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State's Exhibit 25A into evidence, which is the conversation that was just discussed on pages 22,649 and 22,650.
Okay, it's in, I mean, this is already in evidence, and so if you want to supplement it in that way, 25A is part of 25.
All right, now, did you ever get any money from Baby Slat or Rick?
No,
Okay. At some point, did you quit asking for the money?
I was arrested.
Okay. And about how long after this incident were you arrested?
A week.
Now, outside of Maddie, and Lauren, did you discuss this particular incident with anybody else?
I do not believe so.
Now, have I promised you anything in exchange for your testimony today?
You have not.
Are you charged in the same indictment as Baby Slat and Rick?
I am.
Okay. And are you aware of what you are charged with?
I am.
What do you know those charges to be?
Armed robbery, aggravated assault with intent to rob, aggravated battery, home invasion in the first degree, and criminal gang violence.
At this point in your life, were you using substances, illicit substances?
Did you ask at that point?
Yes.
Yes, I was abusing my prescribed lorazepam.
Okay. And why were you so intent on getting this money from Baby Slat and Rick?
To feed my drug addiction.
Okay.
Do you have any reason to think that it was anybody else that was involved in that home invasion besides baby slapping Mary?
I do not believe there was anybody else involved.
Was there anybody else that got in the car with you from Wiley or from the young man's apartment to go to Wiley Street?
Nobody else besides the ones previously named.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all the questions that I have.
All right, Ms. Mignot.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kallish. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, ma'am, and good afternoon.
My name is Marcia Mignon. I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting at council table next to me. I'm going to be asking you some follow-up questions to the questions council just asked you. Okay? Now, starting with the Snapchat, your testimony is you received a Snapchat from Chris Riggs, correct?
Correct.
And the Snapchat you said had drugs and money in the photograph that you received.
I believe it was a video, but correct.
It's a video.
I believe it was a video.
Okay. And as it pertains to the video you have, you don't know how many other individuals Chris Riggs had sent that Snapchat to, right?
Correct.
And you had attended previous drug parties that Chris Riggs had at a hotel.
Correct.
And at those drug parties, the individuals that were there were different from the people you saw when you went to the party on November the 8th, right?
I'm unsure if the same people were there.
Now, isn't it true that in your interrogation with Detective Maldonado, you advised him that you had gone to a previous drug party and that Chris Riggs had, but the people at this party on November 8th were different?
I don't remember the people at the first party or this one.
Okay. All right, so as it pertains to your testimony about the plan prior to getting to the party, you testified that it was you, Lauren, Young Bands, and Maxx. That's what you told Detective Maldonado, correct?
In my first interview, that's what I told Detective. Correct. That's who was there when we first arrived to Young Band's apartment.
Okay. And when you told that information to Detective Maldonado, you never mentioned anything about Baby Slide, correct?
He had not arrived yet, correct.
Okay. And as it pertains to your statements you provided, the first statement you provided, you never mentioned to Detective Maldonado the name Baby Slide, correct?
Correct.
And once your questioning continued and the second interview started happening, you changed your story, right?
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that once you were placed under arrest, you had still had advised Detective Maldonado that you have no idea who the second male law enforcement had suspected was?
In the interviews, I did not say I didn't know who he was, but I did say under a different name.
Now, isn't it true that you said the person who you knew to be a second male with you and Lauren that evening, you did not meet them prior to November the 8th of 2019?
Correct.
You also stated that the person's name was Slime, maybe something starting with an S.
Correct.
And you never used the word slat until after Detective Maldonado showed you his cell phone.
I had said it right before he showed me the cell phone name.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to your testimony today, you prepared to testify by conversations with the state, right?
Correct.
And you went through your interrogation video during your preparation to testify today with the state, right?
I did it all throughout this waiting period.
Okay, so is it your testimony that all throughout waiting to testify, you were preparing with the state? Or all throughout your preparation, you were looking at your interrogation video?
All throughout, I was doing my own research on my case.
And what research were you doing that assisted you with the conversation you had with Detective Maldonado on November the 16th of 2019?
Can you repeat that date? I'm sorry.
November the 16th of 2019.
And that's when I met with, I'm sorry, may you re-ask your question?
Okay. You said that you were researching your own case. You remember that testimony?
After I got out of jail, correct.
Okay. And my question was specific to your interrogation with Detective Maldonado, which occurred on November the 16th of 2019.
Okay. I'm sorry. I know where you're at now. Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. That interrogation occurred, and that is the interrogation that you prepared with the state when you were reviewing it, correct?
Objection. How can she prepare?
So,
Let me rephrase the
yeah,
question.
you're confusing me,
Let me
because of
rephrase
course,
it.
this
I get
interrogation
what you're saying.
occurred years before where we are now.
When you reviewed and prepared to testify in this case, you reviewed your interrogation video in preparation to testify, correct?
For this right here.
For this case,
Yes.
for sitting where you are today.
Sitting where I am today.
Okay. And when you're looking at the videotape, isn't it true that in that video footage, you never said the word slat until Detective Maldonado showed you the phone?
I want to say I said his name before he showed me the phone.
Okay.
I remember me saying baby slat, S-L-A-T, spelling it just like that. I said I included the numbers 11 and an underscore, but there was no underscore.
Okay. So you gave information that was not accurate.
Correct.
And the information you gave was the word slime, correct?
I used that.
You used slime.
Correct.
And isn't it true that there are a lot of individuals on Instagram that have the word slime in their handle?
I would say a good percent.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to, you said Chris and Lauren and yourself walked upstairs when you first arrived at the party.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to the party, did you realize that Chris has testified, and I'm talking about Chris Riggs, has testified in this case?
Objection.
Well, that question's fine. Just don't go into what Chris Riggs said.
I'm aware he was here. I don't know what he said.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him prior to testifying?
Absolutely not.
And who all did you speak with about your testimony today?
My lawyer and Hiles, Mr. Hiles.
So the prosecutor and your own attorney?
Correct.
Right. We are not going into any questions regarding conversations with your attorney. So any questions I direct to you is going to be about conversations that you had with Mr. Hiles or Detective Maldonado. All right? So let's get to the information you provided. Now, initially, you stated to Detective Maldonado that it was Lauren, Bands, myself, and Maxx who came up with this plan.
Correct.
And in fact, you gave a second interview after you were arrested and had been in custody approximately a month, correct?
Correct.
And in that second interview, you were in a blue jumpsuit and Mr. Hiles was present. Do you remember that interview?
I do.
And during that interview, you were asked by Mr. Hiles, was Baby Slat present? And you said no, correct?
I don't recall that.
Isn't it true that in that second interview, which is different, I'm talking about the one where you were wearing the blue jumpsuit, you recall that one?
I do.
And have you reviewed that one?
I did.
Okay. Mr. Hiles asked you, so what role did Baby Slat play, correct?
Correct.
And that is the first time you started telling your story with the name Baby Slat in it.
I don't believe so.
You don't believe that was the first time you started saying Baby Slat?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I have a recollection refresh that I need to.
So I'm curious how, without playing all of the first interview and all of the second interview up to the point where Mr. Hiles allegedly said, hey, what was Baby Slat's role? You are going to address the statement that, no, I think I said it before. I don't know what you were planning to play, unless you're going to ask a different question before you play some footage. Because the issue right now is that you've had a back and forth with this witness saying, isn't it true you didn't ever say anything about Baby Slat till Mr. Hiles in the second interview a month later where you're wearing the blue jumpsuit, he said it, and then you started talking about Baby Slat. And this witness has said, no, I think I brought it up before.
Okay. So based on the court statement, I would request to play the entire first interview.
That's what you think you should be able to do?
Well, if the only way to resolve that issue, the best thing to do would be to play.
I mean, not for the jury. You play it for this person to refresh her recollection, which I guess you could do after I send the jury home. You can stay here and she can stay here and you can do that.
Okay, we will definitely.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you also stated in your November 7th, 2019, because your first interview was November 7th, 2019, correct?
Correct.
She just stated that she didn't go into custody till November 16th, 2019.
So what's your objection? If Ms. Mignot states something that you think is, but you clear that up and redirect.
Do you recall your interview November 7th, 2019?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of that interview, you gave statements to Detective Maldonado.
Correct.
And you told Detective Maldonado you had never met Baby Slat before, November the 8th of 2019.
I had not met him before.
Okay.
No.
And in terms of you finally, I'm going to fast forward because I have two different dates that you were interviewed. So I'm now going to go to the November 16th, 2019, because I'm not trying to confuse you. Okay. The 2019 interview, you were in custody, correct?
Correct.
2007, 2019, November 7th, 2019, you were not.
So November 7th is the day before the armed robbery. I'm just going to lay that out there.
November, Your Honor, November.
November 8th,
November
2019 is the date of every alleged offense in this case.
All right, Your Honor, we are on the right interview. This would be the November 16th of 2019 interview. So my questions are regarding the November 16th, 2019 interview. May I proceed?
You may.
Now, there was a second individual interrogating you along with Detective Maldonado.
Correct.
And who was that second individual?
I believe his name was Sergeant Knapp.
And is that NAP?
Think there's two P's.
Okay. And during your conversation with Sergeant Knapp, he tried to encourage you to get ahead of this, right? He said the words, you need to get ahead of this. You need to tell the truth. You need to come clean.
Correct.
Okay. And you told Sergeant Knapp that, I don't know, I think the guy's slime. I think it might be an S.
Correct. And if you continue with what I was saying, then I included baby slat with only one T.
Okay. Now, when you included baby slat, you never had the name Tyrone Robinson, correct?
Correct.
And the only way you got the name Tyrone Robinson was law enforcement gave you that name, right?
Correct.
Now let's talk about while you were inside the 1040 Wiley Street address. Your testimony was you went inside the restroom, correct?
Correct.
You did not see any of the males that entered the property or when they entered the property.
Correct.
And you stayed in the restroom the entire time until you heard everyone else say, let's get out of here.
Correct.
And when you came out of the restroom, there were still no males. The males were not in the property.
Correct.
So as we sit here today, you still don't know or have any personal knowledge of who the two individuals were that went into the house because you were in the bathroom, right?
I have knowledge of who they are, but I did not see them, the crime committed, no.
Okay. When you all arrived initially, there were people in that area walking the street, correct?
I'm unsure.
You never told Detective Maldonado that, hey, when we arrive in the area, you have to park on the street. So we parked on the street and walked back?
I did, but I did not say that I saw people walking on the street.
Okay. And it's your testimony today that you don't recall if people were walking on the street?
Correct.
Now, you testified on direct examination that Officer Maldonado showed you his phone with a name, but no photograph.
Correct.
In the video footage of that interview where you're shown the phone, you cannot see the phone from the camera shot, correct?
Correct.
So we would need to take your word that you did not see a photograph of our client when you were looking at the phone in that video shot.
May I specify that he also, Maldonado also stated that there were no pictures of the individual when he was showing me just the name.
Okay, so your recollection of the video that you reviewed, Detective Maldonado is saying to you, I'm not going to show you any pictures. Detective Maldonado's statement, the video we're looking at, we cannot see the phone ourselves.
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that since you were doing your own investigation of your case, once you got back out, you started looking for photos for baby Slat?
This is not true.
Now, you testified you lied in this case, right?
I withheld information when I first got to interviewing, I was not honest. When Mr. Heil said I was let go and brought back up, that's when I was more forthcoming, still withholding.
And you actually made false statements, correct?
I did.
That would be a lie, right?
A false statement would be a lie?
Yes.
Correct.
So if we are to determine when you're lying, how would we do that?
I'm unsure how to answer that.
That's because we would not know, correct?
Correct.
The state showed you State's Exhibit 25, pages 125, 126, 134. Isn't it true that those November 8th, 2019 communications are depicted in that exhibit by numbers?
Correct.
And you don't work for a company that helps you determine what those numbers mean, right?
Correct.
And none of those numbers that we looked at in that exhibit has the name Baby Slat on it, correct?
Correct.
So once again, we're supposed to take your word that who you were speaking with in those correspondence is Baby Slat, right?
I don't know how to make other people's decisions.
No. If we are to believe you,
Okay.
based on your testimony earlier, that the correspondence we looked at between you and the person you allege you were texting in State's Exhibit 25, we have to believe you that that actually is the person that you're calling Baby Slat, right?
Correct.
And you have provided false information before, right?
In my first interview, yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that Maddie was a mutual friend of yourself and Lauren, correct?
Correct.
And you had shared with Maddie what you and Lauren engaged in on November the 8th, 2019.
She sent me an article and asked what happened, but I did not willingly offer any information about what had happened.
But I know you said willingly. Did you offer information about what happened?
To Maddie?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So you never told Maddie anything?
I told her I locked myself in the bathroom.
And so you had to tell her you were at the 1040 Riley Street, right?
Yes, ma'am. It was on the news.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to State's Exhibit 25, we looked at pages 137 and 138. The correspondence that we looked at on November 8th, 2019 at 9:14 p.m., as you testified, those are correspondence between you and Lauren only, correct?
My apologies. What messages are you referring to?
I'm referring to the messages that you were having with Lauren in terms of State's Exhibit 25. Remember when the prosecutor was showing you the blue correspondence back and forth?
Right. There were a couple, if you could refresh me on what specific ones you're asking about.
I'm asking you about the one that you testified was at November the 8th, 2019 at 9:14 p.m. Those were messages just between you and Lauren, right?
Correct.
And none of those messages were between you and a person named Tyrone Robinson, right?
Correct.
There were also not communication between you and someone you're referring to as Baby Slat, right? correct?
Not shown, or yes, it was shown.
No, the name Baby Slat is mentioned by one of you, but those were not communications you were having with anybody by the name of Baby Slat. You were speaking about somebody that goes by Baby Slat, right?
Between Lauren and I, yes.
That is correct. Now, isn't it true that young bands found out about what y'all did and blocked you all from communications?
I never had any direct communication with young bands. It was all Lauren.
Were you aware that young bands blocked Lauren?
I was aware.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to nothing in the messages that the state presented from the Instagram dump that you were asked questions about say anything about a robbery, correct?
Correct.
Nothing in the messages says anything about the 1040 Wiley Street location, correct?
Correct.
And nothing in the correspondence between yourself and Lauren where she's saying, when you're saying ask bands for the money, has the name Tyrone Robinson attached to it, correct?
Correct.
John, if I may have a brief moment?
Sure.
You advised Detective Maldonado, you asked Detective Maldonado, what can I do to get out of this, right?
I don't recall me saying those exact words.
But you were asking, hey, how do I resolve this? How do I get out of this problem? You were inquiring, what do I need to do? Right?
Correct.
And you, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked for identification purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
DR 17. Do you recognize the document?
Have you got a chance to read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you recognize it?
I think I do recognize it.
Your Honor, at this time we tender defendants exhibit DR 17.
I will admit it to the record. We'll see what happens with it after that.
Got it. You were granted immunity, weren't you, from testimony in this case?
I was under the impression that if I come here and spoke my truth, that would not be used against me.
And your truth changes, doesn't it?
It has not since the interview with myself, my lawyer, my investigator, Hiles, and Maldonado when I was already in custody.
So let me ask you this. Between November the 8th and today, your truth changed, didn't it?
It did. I was withholding information.
And you lied.
I lied.
And you have immunity now to protect you in this case regarding your testimony.
You gotta let her finish her question. Immunity, ladies and gentlemen, works the same way for Ms. Kallish as it did for Ms. Riley. It's immunity from prosecution for anything said under oath, not immunity from prosecution for these crimes for which Ms. Kallish remains charged. Just anything she says here in court in response to the state's questions, defense questions, may not be used against her in the state's prosecution of Ms. Kallish, just as with Ms. Riley.
I was not offered anything.
You were offered immunity regarding your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And that's something, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to stop for the day. That means Ms. Kallish will need to be back tomorrow because there may be questions from Mr. Pritchett. There may be redirect, and certainly you all may have questions as well. But we've reached a point where we need to break for the day. I would ask you all to be here as close to 9 a.m. as you can so we can start back up. Please don't talk about the case with others. No outside research. Avoid any media coverage you might otherwise bump into. Any logistical questions? Have a wonderful evening. Ms. Mignot, I want to explore again to see if you want to stay and have Ms. Kallish stay so that she, I don't know how long this first interview is. If you want that to happen, or you want to reconsider that over the evening and have a different plan. Nope.
Is she represented by counsel?
She is. He's not here.
Her counsel is not here.
I haven't seen him. He's not here.
So we would need to make arrangements to do it with her counsel present.
Probably so.
So if we can work with the state to get contact for her counsel.
Sure, it's Mr. Zimmerman. I'm sure he's the only Zimmerman out there. You can track him down. Mr. Hiles can connect you with him. And obviously, this is someone who could be recalled in your case in chief, if that was something you want to explore. But in your time, on your time, not the jury's time, would you have this witness watch that video all over again? So then you could say, was your recollection refreshed? Mr. Hiles, I need you here at 8:30 tomorrow. I need you here, Ms. Mignot, at 8:30 tomorrow. And we need the defendants up here. They don't necessarily need to be dressed out at 8:30 because we need to go over the PowerPoint. Ms. Mignot has some concerns about the PowerPoint. Mr. Pritchett, tomorrow morning, you need to have a list of witnesses you might call, because if you're going to call someone who's not on the state's witness list, a copy of which you have, you need to give notice to the state, and frankly, you need to give notice to Mr. Robinson's team as well. You mentioned you might call witnesses. So if they're not on the state's list tomorrow morning, you're going to need to tell me who those folks are. Okay? Not yet. Mr. Hiles, anything else from the state?
I asked I haven't gotten any of the pages there's objections on.
I've looked through it. It's going to take 5 minutes to go through the PowerPoint, but we're going to start at 8:30 because I always think 5 and people come up with other things. So you and Ms. Mignot can talk.
That's what I wanted to do.
But right now isn't the time. Ms. Mignot, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Pritchett, you had something real brief to say?
To the state, I do remember Adam Basse saying he has some type of copy of the evidence.
I'm working on making copies.
But there is one thing I do need, of course, we know I'm impaired right now.
Self-impaired, but yes, tell me what it is you need.
I need to go over these interviews now.
Okay, well, if you have a suggestion on how you're going to do that, let me know and we'll work through it.
What about right now?
Now isn't the time.
When would be the best time?
We can talk about it in the morning. We'll make sure you bring that up along with your witness list. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you may need to tell them something logistically, and you should do that. And you should leave right there, the defense exhibit. They're gonna make sure it gets into the record. Thank you. Yeah, we're